Chapter 11:19. The trip to the foreign realm had come to an end. Jun Xiaoyaro had successfully completed his mission on this trip. He had met his father, obtained the Book of Souls, and learned the truth about the ghost-masked woman. He had even eliminated the greatest threat, the ultimate calamity. Unknowingly, Jun Xiaoyaro had become a hero of the immortal realm. Even though it was not his intention. I can finally return to the immortal realm. How are the people in the past? Jun Xiaoyaro wore a faint smile as he recalled some people. They must be very sad when they learned that he had fallen. Now, he could finally go back and catch up with them. Following this, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered with mischief. There's another group of people too. Your nightmare has returned. Ever since Jun Xiaoyaro fell in the world of the ruins of God. In the immortal realm, the geniuses who were his enemies were living a comfortable life. Many of the seeds that had been buried deep in the ground were relieved too. The reason being that Jun Xiaoyaro had dominated all the events that took place in the immortal realm. It was as if the whole world was his stage. Since his fall, the immortal realm had produced many geniuses. The seeds had broken through the soil, and the flowers had blossomed. The descendants of the ancient emperors. The successors of the ancient clans. The powerful chaos flesh sealed in the door of chaos. The sacred Gulan sect, the children of truth with billions of believers. There was also the mysterious young emperor of the Xian Ting, and so on. The geniuses with peerless geniuses with forbidden seeds began to show their potential. They were planning to control the world. However, when everyone was about to take the stage to compete for supremacy, they realized that the main character who had fallen from grace had returned. On top of that, he had returned in a more glorious and shocking manner. Some of the geniuses might have a mental breakdown, causing their Tao heart to become unstable. In the immortal realm, many people admired Jun Xiaoyaro. However, there were still quite a few who wanted him to disappear from the face of the earth. Now that Jun Xiaoyaro had returned, he would no doubt stir up a great disaster in the Nine Heavens immortal realm. In the sky of the desolated realm, the light barrier had already dissipated when the calamity fell. On the other side, all of the creatures felt like they were suffocating. Even those undying kings who could deduce karma and fate might not be able to think of this. This was how things would end. It was enough to make all living things fear and bring about the ultimate calamity to the aristocratic families. In the end, he actually died in the hands of a young paragon of the immortal realm. No one would have thought that he would die in such a way. Taking a step back, even if he died in the hands of Jun Wuhui and the others, it was still acceptable. But to die in the hands of a junior, what did that count as? The expressions of some of the ultimate Emperor clan's kings turned extremely ugly. Although now, in terms of overall strength, the other side still had a great advantage. However, the most powerful existence, the ultimate calamity, had fallen. For the other side, this was too great of a blow. It was unknown how long they would have to wait before they could completely invade and destroy the celestial realm. Perhaps they would have to wait until the unprecedented Black Calamity struck. However, no one could say for sure when the Great Calamity would descend again. This time, even the other side's kings had thoughts of withdrawing. There was no point in continuing the fight. Right now, the only thing the other side could do was continue waiting for the Great Calamity to descend. Wait for the other apocalypses to descend. Meanwhile, on Immortal Realm's side, it was the exact opposite, their morale surging. They were precisely launching a counterattack. Kill, the other side is already an arrow at the end of its flight. Correct, after losing their greatest trump card, the other side is nothing more than a toothless tiger, completely lacking in intimidation. Many Immortal Realm cultivators previously held a breath of resentment. Now, they vented it all out. Of course, Immortal Realm's top experts were still extremely calm. Right now, it could only be said that the greatest hidden danger had already been removed. However, the threat of the other side as a whole was still extremely great. The ultimate calamity's destruction merely delayed the final two realms' great decisive battle. When those ultimate Emperor clans' calamity level undying revived. At that time, the calamity wouldn't be any smaller than now. In desolate border, on the battlefield of the two realms' heavenly prides. Immortal Realm's heavenly prides were all incomparably excited. This great world wasn't extinguished, they still had a chance to continue growing. Kill those bastards from the other side. Victory has already been decided. These Immortal Realm heavenly pride's expressions were stirred up, high-spirited. Of course, there were also those with depressed expressions. For example, Gut's expression was extremely ugly. There was also Long Yarrow her small face also bitter. Previously in Desolate Border, she was ravaged by the other realm chaotic body, even beaten back to her little girl form. It was only now that she realized that the detestable guy was actually Jun Xiaoyaro. There were those who didn't want to see Jun Xiaoyaro return to the Immortal Realm. Naturally, there were also those who wished for Jun Xiaoyaro to return to the Immortal Realm. Jiang Luoli was also on the battlefield. She was extremely excited, crying tears of joy. After obtaining the damaged elemental spirit world, her current strength couldn't be underestimated. Among the 9 Heavens Immortal Realms heavenly prides, she was also ranked at the forefront. At this moment, Jiang Luoli was also fighting. She wanted to let Jun Xiaoyaro know. She was no longer the little girl who needed to be relied on. Even though her height didn't change at all. This already makes you all so happy. The outcome of the battle between the 2 realms hasn't been decided yet. A monarch prince of an immortal emperor race from another realm said coldly. Victory and defeat are common in war. Besides, our realm hasn't lost. We've only temporarily lost some advantage. A sky pride whose entire body was shrouded in black mist said coldly. His aura was extremely powerful, and his demonic might was surging. He was a young peak 9 Heavens Supreme. It's the darkness seed of the Moshi clan. On the Immortal Realms side, the heavenly prides had serious expressions. The so-called darkness seed was a seed-level genius of the ultimate monarch race. His strength was even stronger than some of the seed-level geniuses on the Immortal Realms side. Previously, this darkness seed of the Moshi clan had already killed several seed-level geniuses of the Immortal Realm. From the looks of it, you must have a deep relationship with that Jun Xiaoyaro. If that's the case, then die. The darkness seed of the Moshi clan said coldly. This was because he had seen on the light screen that Jun Xiaoyaro had casually killed Moshi Luo of the Moshi clan. It could be said that almost all the creatures of the other realm hated Jun Xiaoyaro bitterly. The darkness seed of the Moshi clan took action. His peak 9 Heavens Supreme cultivation erupted, and a large hand of darkness pressed down on Jiang Luoli. Jiang Luoli's snow-white face didn't have the slightest trace of fear. Her large black eyes were calm and collected. She also urged her own strength, and the majestic power of her world erupted. It could be said that within the 9 Heavens Supreme realm, there were almost no geniuses who could cultivate their own world. Jun Xiaoyaro was originally an anomaly. He couldn't be viewed with common sense. As for Jiang Luoli, she had obtained a broken primordial spirit world from the Gate of Life and Death on the buried Emperor Star. It allowed her to have her own world. The power of the collision shook the void. At this time, 2 more darkness seeds rushed over. Now, anyone who had anything to do with Jun Xiaoyaro would be seen as a thorn in their side. At least, before the other realm retreated, they wanted to kill as many as they could. Facing this situation, Jiang Luoli didn't have the slightest fear. Not far away, the Jun family's geniuses saw this and wanted to help, but they were stopped. Just as the 3 darkness seeds of the other realm were about to join forces to kill Jiang Luoli, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the void. Then, it was accompanied by a loud and clear cry. A huge azure sky rock appeared. As it spread its wings, it covered the battlefield of geniuses in the Desolate Border. An incomparably majestic aura pressed down. It's a pseudo-immortal level foreign cultivator, some immortal realm geniuses shouted, trembling in fear. Why would a pseudo-immortal level foreign cultivator suddenly descend on this battlefield? Wait, look, there seems to be someone standing on the rock's head. Some geniuses couldn't help but exclaim. With a pseudo-immortal level cultivator as a mount, who could have such a shocking display? The geniuses of the 2 realms looked over and instantly held their breaths. An otherworldly figure dressed in white stood on the head of the azure sky rock. It was as if a king had returned, ruling over the 9 heavens' immortal realm. Chapter 11:20. His clothes were whiter than snow, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. His aura shook the world as he laughed proudly in the skies. Beneath his feet was a quasi-immortal level azure rock. As soon as he appeared, his aura swept through the entire battlefield. No one dared not raise their eyebrows. No one wasn't shocked. When Jiang Luoli saw that figure she hadn't seen in a long time, her vision instantly blurred. She didn't want to cry, but she couldn't stop her tears. This was joy, excitement, and even more so, a burst of longing brewed from a long time ago. Big brother Xiaoyao, with a sobbing tone, a sweet voice that evoked pity came from Jiang Luoli's small mouth. There was no need to say who came. He came. At this moment, the countless immortal domain heavens prides on the battlefield all had different feelings. They were paying homage to a legend that had fallen. A king had returned. Jun Xiaoyao. When he saw Jun Xiaoyao appear, the Demon Dawn clan's Darkness Seed's eyes were first filled with astonishment. Then, he erupted with a monstrous rage. Jun Xiaoyao had played the entire Demon Dawn clan like fools. He had even directly killed one of the 6 world destruction kings, Mao Luo. This caused the Demon Dawn clan's Darkness Seed's eyes to fill with cold killing intent. They all knew this. The reason Jun Xiaoyao was able to kill the Calamity was mainly because of that golden avatar as well as the 3-world coffin and other external forces. Everyone also saw that after that avatar's power of faith was exhausted, it couldn't be used. Thus, the Demon Dawn clan's Darkness Seed didn't fear Jun Xiaoyao too much. He could feel that Jun Xiaoyao was also at the peak of the Supreme Realm like him. He hadn't broken through to the Empyrean realm yet. Die. Without any hesitation, the Demon Dawn clan's Darkness Seed attacked. Boundless demonic energy gathered into a black spear. It seemed as if it could pierce through the heavens as it shot towards Jun Xiaoyao. Now, if anyone could kill Jun Xiaoyao, that would absolutely become the supreme glory of the foreign domain. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent. After experiencing the ultimate calamity battle, now, in his eyes, the battles of the younger generation were simply children playing house. There wasn't the slightest ripple in his heart. Rumble. Jun Xiaoyao simply pressed down with his palm. Primal chaos chi surged between his fingers and palms. Every strand could crush the heavens. Sensing this terrifying strength, the Demon Dawn clan's Darkness Seed's complexion changed. He was right. He and Jun Xiaoyao were indeed at the utmost exalted stage. However, there were also differences in the Supreme Realm. An ordinary Supreme Being and an ultimate Supreme Being who controlled 9 laws were clearly incomparable. What about Jun Xiaoyao? He was a Supreme Divergent who had grasped 10 laws of nature and surpassed the limits of the Extreme Realm. Not to mention that this was not Jun Xiaoyao's limit. The Demon Dawn clan's Darkness Seed was also very strong. It had cultivated a total of 6 laws. However, in front of Jun Xiaoyao, the supreme anomaly, they were still as weak as ants. The Chaos Palm came crashing down like an ancient demonic mountain. It crushed down on the Demon Dawn clan's Darkness Seed, destroying it in body and soul. Seeing this scene, the other 2 Darkness Seeds were horrified and hurriedly wanted to escape. Jun Xiaoyao also raised his hand and slapped down. 1 palm, 1 child. In just a moment, the 3 foreign Darkness Seeds that were slaughtering in all directions on the battlefield of geniuses were all annihilated. Gulp, some immortal domain geniuses swallowed hard. This was not Jun Xiaoyao borrowing the power of his God-Spirit Dharma body. It was his own strength. Killing ordinary supreme beings like ants. Countless gazes looked at the figure standing on the azure sky rock as if they were looking at a miracle. Lord Xiaoyao has returned. The Son of God is unparalleled. The King of my immortal domain's younger generation has finally returned. To be able to win against the heavens, who else can do this? Many immortal domain geniuses roared, incomparably excited. Although Jun Xiaoyao had many opponents in the immortal domain, there were even more people who worshipped him. Especially after Jun Xiaoyao killed the ultimate calamity, this worship was close to brainless and crazy. Playing against the heavens. Suppressing the evil thoughts of the gods, saving the border. suppressing the ultimate calamity. Any one of these things would be enough for all living beings to prostrate themselves in worship and reverence. And all of this was done by Jun Xiaoyaro alone. If he wasn't put on the altar, who should be? Big brother Xiaoyaro. A beautiful figure rushed towards Jun Xiaoyaro like a swallow returning to its nest, throwing herself into his arms. It was Jiang Luoli. After not seeing her for a long time, Jiang Luoli didn't change much except for her height. She was still short. However, her temperament had changed a little. If Jiang Luoli in the past was as cunning as a fairy, lively and beautiful, then the current her was a little more mature and quiet. Her appearance was beautiful and exquisite, and her pretty face was fair and lustrous. Obviously, this was inseparable from her years of experience. Even if she was the beloved daughter of the Jiang family, after leaving the greenhouse, she should have grown up. Especially after hearing that Jun Xiaoyaro had died. Jiang Luoli seemed to have grown up overnight and understood the taste of loss. Now, seeing the familiar person of her dreams, she couldn't help but throw herself into Jun Xiaoyao's arms, not caring whether they were on the battlefield or not. The feeling of regaining what she had lost was too precious. He looked at Jiang Luoli, who was curled up in his arms. She clearly wanted to cry, but she was holding back her tears. Her shoulders were trembling slightly. Jun Xiaoyaro also sighed slightly. All these years, he had been cultivating wholeheartedly, becoming stronger, and exploring the truth of the world. He had indeed neglected a lot. He had neglected the people around him. It wasn't just Jiang Luoli. There was also Jiang Shengyi, the woman who had been silently contributing behind his back but had never asked for anything from him. He thought of the fragment of the future again. The world was in chaos, and Jiang Shengyi looked at him with a blood-stained smile. Jun Xiaoyaro felt that it was time to give her a solemn promise. He was afraid that if he missed it, he might not have another chance in the future. Jun Xiaoyaro kept this matter in his heart. He reached out and lifted Jiang Luoli's pretty face. Perhaps it was a longing that couldn't be obtained. It made Jiang Luoli's delicate eyebrows look a little haggard. Brother Xiaoyao, I knew it. How could you leave us without saying a word? You're not that kind of person. Jiang Luoli's voice was a little sobbing, but there was a teary smile on her face. This kind of feeling was extremely complicated. There was joy, excitement, lingering fear, and a little grievance. I'm sorry to have worried you. Jun Xiaoyao didn't know what to say. Brother Xiaoyao, it's good that you're back. Jiang Luoli's eyes were red, and there was a trace of tears in her smile. You've really grown up. Jun Xiaoyao sighed. Brother Xiaoyao, have you finally noticed that I've grown taller? It's not the height. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze fell on Jiang Luoli's chest. Although Jiang Luoli's height hadn't changed, some parts of her body had developed very well. It had become a great humiliation to a child's face. Brother Xiaoyao. You. Jiang Luoli blushed and punched Jun Xiaoyao's chest with her small fists. She didn't expect that Jun Xiaoyao would tease her like this after they were almost separated by life and death. It's good that you're smiling. This is the lowly Jiang I remember. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. Jiang Luoli was stunned, and then her little nose twitched. Finally, she couldn't help but burst into tears. She hugged Jun Xiaoyao with her jade-like arms and buried her little face in Jun Xiaoyao's arms. It was still that familiar gentleness. It hadn't changed. Jun Xiaoyao patted Jiang Luoli's back. However, he sensed an extremely complicated gaze with a hint of envy secretly looking at him. Princess Ling Yang. Chapter 1121. Jiang Luoli could publicly throw herself into Jun Xiaoyao's embrace and pour out her heart. But Ling Yang couldn't. She was the empress of Empress Wa's immortal lineage, the young empress of Xianting. And this time, the Jun family was flourishing in dealing with the other side. They had the feeling that they were splitting half of the immortal realm with Xianting. Therefore, from her standpoint, Ling Yang couldn't give Jun Xiaoyao any indication. Not to mention hugging him like Jiang Luoli. It was impossible for her to even say you're back in public. But Ling Yang wasn't just Ling Yang. She had also fused with Fairy Yuan's soul. Therefore, Ling Yang's gaze was extremely complicated. She looked at Jiang Luoli with envy. As if sensing Zhun Xiaoyao's gaze, Ling Yang hurriedly looked away. Zhun Xiaoyao didn't say anything. Even if it was for Fairy Yuan's sake, he couldn't do anything to Ling Yang. However, he did have to look for Ling Yang later. Because he had to obtain the immortal tribulation sword art, one of the 5 great divine arts, from her. This way, Zhun Xiaoyao would be able to gather the 5 great sword Dao divine arts. He might be able to completely comprehend the sword Dao and the laws of the sword. Zhun Xiaoyao. On the other side, there were many princes and princesses of the emperor race, as well as the dark seeds of the ultimate emperor race. They looked at Zhun Xiaoyao with resentment and a hint of fear. This was a terrifying guy who had deceived all the creatures of the other side and even killed the ultimate calamity. Are you still going to resist stubbornly? Zhun Xiaoyao's gaze swept across the group of foreign geniuses with a cold expression. Although he had stayed in the other side for a long time and had friendly relations with some foreign geniuses, such as the Tushan 5 beauties. But this didn't mean that Zhun Xiaoyao's opinion of the other side had changed. Invaders would always be invaders. Just as Zhun Xiaoyao was about to make a move. Suddenly, the sky darkened. A giant hand of laws, exuding majestic immortal power, pressed down on the battlefield. He actually wanted to slap Zhun Xiaoyao to death. It was clear that Zhun Xiaoyao's appearance stirred up the foreign undying king's killing intent. Zhun Xiaoyao looked indifferent and did not move. In the next moment, an aged voice rang out. I would like to see who dares to make a move. An old man with a turtle shell quietly appeared in the void. He was the Shanao of Beach. Boom. Immortal fluctuations burst out, shaking heaven and earth. The prodigies from the 2 realms were speechless when they saw this. With a pseudo-immortal as his mount and a true immortal king as his protector. What kind of treatment was this? One word. Grandeur. There were also other undying kings, and even the ultimate emperor clan's king. They all knew that Zhun Xiaoyao had returned from the other realm. They wanted to vent their anger and kill Zhun Xiaoyao. In the end, they were still stopped by Divine Universe Emperor and the others. Your momentum has already been lost. What is the point of continuing the war? Divine Universe Emperor said coldly. If the ultimate disaster was still there, then the other realm would indeed have the absolute advantage. But now, the disaster was already eliminated. Even if the other realm wanted to invade the 9 heavens immortal domain with full force, they would still lose. Even if they killed 1,000 enemies, they would still suffer 800 casualties. Not to mention how many trump cards the immortal domain still had. Even the foreign realm's true calamity-grade immortals were still asleep, not waking up. That was why now was not the time for the final great battle between the 2 realms. Zhun family, don't be happy too early. The curse of disaster will continue to corrode your bloodline as time goes on. I hope you can hold on until the true final battle between the 2 realms arrives. The ultimate Emperor clan's king's tone was cold and fierce. Is this considered incompetent rage? Divine Universe Emperor also sneered. The curse of disaster might have some effect on the Zhun family. But as time went on, they naturally had a way to get rid of this curse. After all, the Zhun family's bloodline was not ordinary. We will retreat. The foreign realms' kings all retreated. There was no way this type of great battle would end. As for killing Zhun Xiaoyao, even though they really wanted to, Immortal Domain's side clearly wouldn't allow them to do so. On Desolate Border's side, as the foreign realms' kings retreated, the various clans' heavenly geniuses, including the foreign army, also began to withdraw. With this retreat, at least for a short period of time, the foreign realm wouldn't be able to launch a large-scale attack. They might return to their previous state of fighting on a small scale. Time stood on Immortal Domain's side. Many people believed that as long as they waited for Zhun Xiaoyao to completely grow up, he would become Immortal Domain's sea-stabilizing divine needle. The foreign realm's great army withdrew like a tide. Compared to their surging battle intent when they came, when they left, their figures seemed a bit more miserable. We won, we won. Immortal Domain was defended. Long live the Zhun family, long live the Divine King, long live Xiaoyao's Son of God. Countless Immortal Domain cultivators cheered, chanting the names of the Jun family and Jun Wuhui's father and son. After all, everyone could see that the ones who stopped the foreign realm's disaster were mainly the Jun family and Jun Wuhui's father and son. It wasn't that the other powers didn't contribute, but compared to the Jun family, they seemed dim and lackluster. Xian Ting's great emperor frowned slightly. Although he had a trace of admiration for Jun Wuhui, he still had a trace of admiration for him. However, from the perspective of their faction, this type of situation wasn't what Xian Ting wanted to see. On the desolate border battlefield, all of Immortal Domain's heavenly geniuses let out a sigh of relief. Big brother Xiaoyao, you are a great hero. Jiang Luoli looked at Jun Xiaoyao affectionately. The one she loved was a matchless hero. Hero? Jun Xiaoyao declined to comment. All he did was complete his plan. Saving the people of the world wasn't Jun Xiaoyao's goal. Of course, if he could use this to gather the power of faith, then Jun Xiaoyao would be happy to do so. Then, regardless of whether it was the people of the desolate border or the border pass, they all returned to the original imperial city. For a short period of time, Immortal Domain should remain calm. There was no need to worry about any great calamity. All of Immortal Domain's creatures let out a sigh of relief, incomparably happy. Meanwhile, everyone, even the cultivators who didn't go to the battlefield, gathered towards the original imperial city. It was because they wanted to see the great heroes who protected Immortal Domain this time. Jun Wuhui and Jun Xiaoyao. The original imperial city, supported by the Black Tortoise Corps, towered in the universe. The city walls were majestic, as tall as heavenly towers, stretching for countless li, with no end in sight. Imperial City, which was the size of a continent, was currently filled with people, rubbing shoulders. Countless cultivators surged towards the original imperial city. Meanwhile, at this time, the teleportation formation inside the original imperial city lit up, a large number of Immortal Domain troops returning. There were also experts from various clans, young heavenly geniuses, and others. Everyone was looking forward to it. Everyone from the Jun family was also waiting here. Soon, in the void, a brilliance appeared. A blue sky rock spread its wings, emitting the aura of a quasi-immortal, which was the aura of a quasi-emperor. That's a quasi-emperor level creature. It's the Jun family's son of God who has returned. He has returned to Immortal Domain. When they saw the white-robed figure standing on the head of the blue sky rock, the entire original imperial city was in an uproar. At this moment, the sky suddenly rumbled. Divine thunder exploded, millions of lightning bolts, as if the heavens were furious. What's going on? Countless Immortal Domain cultivators were incomparably stunned. Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a faint sneer as he raised his head to look at the sky. Previously, he was in the desolate border, not belonging to Immortal Domain. Now, he had returned to the original imperial city, which was also the land of Immortal Domain. The will of Immortal Domain had personally appointed the 7 emperors to kill Jun Xiaoyao, this anomaly. In the end, they were played by Jun Xiaoyao, and even the heavenly Dao crown was given for nothing. Did the heavens not want face? At this moment, when Jun Xiaoyao returned to Immortal Domain, the heavens were furious, and the lightning tribulation surged. Jun Xiaoyao looked up at the sky, his white robe fluttering, his black hair dancing in the wind. Heavens, you're just a defeated opponent. Over and over again, I, Jun Xiaoyao, don't mind defeating you again. Chapter 1122. Jun Xiaoyao's indifferent voice spread throughout the original imperial city. Ever since he stepped onto the ultimate ancient road, the 7 rebellious sovereigns had descended from the heavens. It was a game between Jun Xiaoyao and the heavens of the immortal realm. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao set up a trap and completely deceived the heavens. It was only then that everyone realized. They realized that Jun Bieli's attack on Jun Xiaoyao was part of the plan. The heavens had appointed Jun Bieli as one of the 7 sovereigns because they wanted to see the Jun family kill each other. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao beat them at their own game and played the will of the immortal realm. Only Jun Xiaoyao can beat the heavens. Countless exclamations sounded in the original imperial city. Young master, you've really exceeded our expectations. The 4th Master Scar and the others arrived and were overjoyed. At the same time, He looked at the void behind him and probed, "Young master, may I ask if our benefactor, father? He still has his own things to do and hasn't returned yet," Jun Xiaoyaro said lightly. Hearing this, the fourth master Scar and all the gatekeepers' bloodlines, as well as countless cultivators in the original imperial city, fell silent. Then, their eyes were filled with unprecedented admiration. He left after the deed was done, hiding his achievements and fame. Jun Wuhui deserved everyone's respect. "Haha, Xiao Yao, this plan of yours really gave us a fright." The Jun family's great ancestors appeared, as well as many elders and clansmen. These were the great ancestors who usually stayed in the ancestral temple and held high positions. At this moment, when they saw Jun Xiaoyaro, they were extremely amiable and smiling. Xiaoyaro greets the ancestors. "I'm sorry for making you all worry." Jun Xiaoyaro came down from the azure sky rock and cupped his hands at the great ancestors. "Xiaoyao, the scene when you were just born still appears in my mind. I didn't expect you to be no weaker than us old guys now. Even the ultimate disaster was eliminated." The 18th ancestor was also there. When he saw Jun Xiaoyaro, he was extremely emotional. Jun Xiaoyaro was only a few years old, yet he had already caught up to them. Moreover, he had such achievements. It could be said that he was unparalleled in both ancient and modern times. "Grandpa Chijing, you must be joking. Without the protection of you and your family, how could Xiaoyaro grow up safely?" Jun Xiaoyaro also revealed a gentle smile. It was the 18th ancestor who personally taught and guided him in the beginning of his path of cultivation. Jun Xiaoyaro was deeply moved. "Ha ha ha. When you return, War Sky will probably be overjoyed," 16th ancestor said with a chuckle. The Jun family had sent some powerful cultivators to lead the war of the two realms. As for Jun Zhantian and the others, they did not come. However, if they knew that Jun Xiaoyaro had returned, they would definitely be overjoyed. "Xiaoyao, you really didn't let us down." Another voice came from the void. They were Jun Taixian, Jun Taya, and the other ancient ancestors. Xiaoyaro greets the ancient ancestors. Jun Xiaoyaro cupped his hands slightly. He knew that although these ancient ancestors were rarely seen, they were still able to see each other. However, at critical moments, they were the stabilizing force of the Jun family. During the immortal battle, Jun Taixian destroyed Zulong with a single sword strike. During the battle with the Tyrant Body, there were powerful cultivators from the Tyrant Body Ancestral Hall who wanted to intervene. It was also Jun Taya who secretly helped. Therefore, he was still very respectful to these ancient ancestors. Is this the son of God of the main lineage? He is indeed quite impressive. A grey-haired old woman took a good look at Jun Xiaoyao. She was the quasi-emperor ancient ancestor of the hidden lineage, Jun Tsuehua. At this time, Jun Bieli and the other geniuses of the hidden lineage were also present. Now, everyone knew that this was actually a show co-directed by Jun Bieli and Jun Xiaoyao. The funny thing was that during this period of time, Jun Bieli was also criticized and scolded by many people and bore a lot of pressure. It was Xiaoyaro who made the hidden lineage completely return to the main lineage. After that, there was no distinction. Jun Taixian smiled slightly. He didn't want there to be a gap between the younger generation of the Jun family. Of course. Jun Tsuehua also nodded. "All right, let's leave some time for these young people." Jun Taya smiled and shook his head. Then, the ancient ancestors and old ancestors of the Jun family left. Although the battle had ended, they still had important matters to attend to. For example, the curse of calamity couldn't destroy the Jun family. However, if they didn't deal with it properly, there would still be some trouble and it would drag the Jun family down. As the powerful cultivators of the Jun family left, the geniuses and young clansmen of the Jun family were completely relaxed and then cheered. "Son of God is awesome. He is the role model of our generation. If a person can have 1,000th of the glory of the Son of God in their lifetime, they would have no regrets in their life. Haha, what kind of monsters are they? They only dare to be arrogant when the Son of God is temporarily secluded. Let's see how many people in the immortal realm dare to be arrogant now." The young people of the Jun family were very excited and proud. "You've really fooled all of us. Jun Lingsang and Lord Grim walked over. Once, the three big shots of the Jun family were famous on the ancient road. Now, they were reunited again. I'm sorry to have made you worry. Looking at the sincere smiles of the two, Jun Xiaoyao also smiled slightly. We said that we would grow and improve together. In the end, you killed the ultimate calamity alone. Even Jun Lingsang, who was usually serious, teased at this moment. You just relied on external objects. In terms of strength, you are not inferior at all. After not seeing each other for a long time, Jun Lingsang and Lord Grim's cultivation did not lag behind. They were both in the supreme stage. However, one of them had polychoria, and the other had the emperor physique. It was normal for them to have such strength. In addition to them, Jun Mulan, Jun Zhanjian, Jun Shuahuang, and the other sequences of the Jun family were also there. However, compared to Jun Lingsang and Lord Grim, they were a little reserved. After all, the gap between Jun Xiaoyao and them was too big now. They didn't feel like they were of the same generation. It was more like they were facing an extraordinarily powerful elder. What's wrong, Mulan? You weren't like this when you faced me in the past. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Jun Mulan. Her red hair was tied into a ponytail. Her face was valiant, and her figure was hot and curvy. She was famous for being a tomboy in the Jun family. In the past, even in front of Jun Xiaoyao, she referred to herself as an elder sister. However, she didn't dare to do that now. She smiled bitterly and said, Lord Son of God, you must be joking. You don't have to be like this. I'm still me. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly. However, he also understood that in many cases, strength did indeed widen the gap between people. At this moment, a group of people walked over. When they saw them, Jun Lingsang and the others, as well as the sequences of the Jun family's main bloodline, restrained their smiles. The people who came were Jun Bieli and the other geniuses of the hidden bloodlines. Beside Jun Bieli stood a pure and beautiful woman dressed in green. In addition, Jun Yinhuang, Jun Qingyang, Jun Lanshi, and the other geniuses of the hidden bloodlines followed closely behind. When Jun Bieli saw Jun Xiaoyao, he immediately bowed 90 degrees and saluted him. The woman in green, Li Qing'er, did the same. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm. To put it bluntly, this was part of the deal and the plan. Therefore, he didn't have any hostility toward Jun Bieli. However, when he looked at Li Qing'er, there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. Could it be? He felt the aura of the great path of the heavens surging from Li Qing'er. Jun Xiaoyao immediately understood the cause and effect. I will never forget Brother Xiaoyao's kindness. I am willing to do anything to repay you, Li Qing'er said sincerely. Chapter 11:23. I see. I get it now. Jun Xiaoyao took one look at Li Qing'er and immediately understood what had happened. It turned out that Jun Bieli didn't want the heavenly crown for himself. It was for his lover. Jun Xiaoyao understood the situation as well. From another perspective, if Jiang Xingyi was in danger and needed the heavenly crown to save him, Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't hesitate. If that were the case, Jun Xiaoyao would not hesitate to do whatever he could to get his hands on it, no matter the cost. I, Jun Bieli, am willing to follow the lead of the Son of God. Jun Bieli was very sincere. Being able to save Li Qing'er made up for the biggest regret of his life. And it was all because of Jun Xiaoyao that he could do this. You don't have to do this. You are the son of the Jun family. Just work hard for the Jun family in the future. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand and helped Jun Bieli up. Jun Bieli was grateful, but at the same time, he was surprised. When they were in the world of God, Jun Xiaoyao was strong, but not unfathomable. At that time, Jun Bieli was confident that he could fight with Jun Xiaoyao. But now, facing Jun Xiaoyao, even someone as strong as Jun Bieli couldn't figure him out. Obviously, Jun Xiaoyao's strength had grown a lot during the time they were in the foreign realm. Even Jun Bieli couldn't figure him out. At this time, Jun Yinhuang, who had been silent, suddenly knelt down on one knee in front of Jun Xiaoyao. I'm sorry, Son of God. It was my fault for being hostile to the Son of God. Please punish me, Son of God. Jun Yinhuang lowered his head and knelt down in front of everyone. Jun Qingyang, who was watching from the side, sighed as well. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have done it in the first place. Get up. I don't care. The Jun family doesn't have a main or hidden branch now. Jun Xiaoyaro was not the kind of person to be petty. The main thing was that Jun Yinhuang didn't cause him any losses. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyaro did not mind being magnanimous for once. Thank you, son of God, for your magnanimity. Jun Yin King felt even more ashamed. At this point, the matter between the main branch and the hidden branch of the Jun family had been completely resolved, and everything was harmonious. In the future, the Jun family would only unite against outsiders. With the help of the hidden lineage, the Jun family and the Xianting naturally had a greater chance of competing for power in the immortal region. Young Master, Yi Yu, Yang Qingying, River of Forgetfulness, Goddess Eternal Calamity, and the other followers had also arrived. There was also Princess Longji, Yang Rumeng, Yu Chanhuan, Tai Yin Jade Hair, Xiao Moxian, and the others. All of them looked at Jun Xiaoyaro with excitement written all over their faces. This was especially true for the women, who were either filled with longing, or resentment. This made Jiang Luoli very jealous. Her big brother Xiaoyaro was really too popular. Especially after killing the ultimate calamity. Jun Xiaoyaro would only have more and more fangirls. It made Jiang Luoli feel a little threatened. Alright, everyone, it's not convenient to talk here. Let's find a place to rest first, Jun Xiaoyaro said. Young master, please follow this old man. The fourth master Scar immediately spoke and helped Jun Xiaoyaro and the others arrange a place to stay. Jun Xiaoyaro did not immediately leave the original imperial city, because he still had to wait for someone to come. Soon, the fourth master Scar arranged a good palace in the original imperial city for Jun Xiaoyaro and the others to rest. Next, they naturally had a chat about the past. Jun Xiaoyaro also told everyone some things about the foreign realm. Of course, he spoke selectively. There were some things that were better left unknown. For example, the calamity of the immortal region had not completely ended. The ultimate calamity was just the beginning. After that, Jun Xiaoyaro released the little divine demon ant. As the descendant of a divine demon emperor and a rare primordial divine demon ant, the little divine demon ant naturally caused a commotion. However, the little divine demon ant stared straight at Yang Rumeng. What are you looking at? Yang Rumeng felt a little uneasy from being stared at. What species are you? The little divine demon ant asked casually. Some primordial divine demons could sense each other. That was why the divine Silkworm Valley's Silkworm Daozi coveted Yang Rumeng so much. Yang Rumeng's true form was the Skydream Butterfly, a primordial variant like the primordial Emperor Butterfly and the Crack Demonic Butterfly. What do you mean by what species? Yang Rumeng gritted her teeth in anger. She was a great beauty with long legs, but she was being asked what species she was. This was too insulting. Everyone laughed heartily. The atmosphere was very harmonious. A few days passed quickly. Countless cultivators in the original imperial city were still discussing the Battle of Calamity. Jun Wuhui and his father, Jun Xiaoyaro, were undoubtedly placed on the altar. At this moment, however, a group of beings came to the palace where Jun Xiaoyaro and the others were. Their expressions were cold. Are those creatures of the Archean royalty? Many people were surprised when they saw this group of creatures. They knew that the Archean royalty and other factions were not on good terms with the Jun family. But why were they looking for Jun Xiaoyaro now? By the way, have you forgotten? When we were training in the barren borderlands, some disciples of the Nine Heavens Immortal Academy said. Previously, the Nine Heavens Immortal Academy had organized a training in the barren borderlands to fight against the foreign god of war Academy. At that time, the foreign god of war chaotic body killed 10 seed-level prodigies in a row. Those were the seeds of the Archean royalty. And now, the truth was revealed. That chaotic body of the god of war was none other than Jun Xiaoyaro. Didn't that mean that Jun Xiaoyaro was the one who killed the Archean royalty's seed? It was reasonable for them to come looking for him. Jun Xiaoyaro, come out. Among the Archean royalty, a man in a feathered robe with the aura of a heavenly venerable shouted coldly. He was an elder of the demon phoenix ancient cave. One of the seed-level prodigies of the demon phoenix ancient cave, the Phoenix Girl, died at the hands of Jun Xiaoyaro when they were training in the barren borderlands. Jun Xiaoyaro, it's one thing for you to hide in the foreign realm, but why did you kill our prodigies so cruelly? The creatures of the Dragon King Palace also spoke. The seed-level prodigy of the Dragon King Palace, Xian Haoqiong, also died at the hands of Jun Xiaoyao. In addition, the creatures of the Sun God Mountain, Nine Phantom Mountain, and Divine Silkworm Valley also came. After that, the Netherworld King Bloodline and the Holy Spirit Island also came. This was because the seed-level prodigy of the Netherworld King Bloodline, Holy Yama, and the White Bone Prince of the Holy Spirit Island also died at the hands of Jun Xiaoyaro when they were training in the barren borderlands. What are you all arguing about? At this moment, an impatient and cold voice rang out. A man with green wings on his back and a powerful aura walked out. It was the Fufeng of Gojosian. As a quasi-immortal level prodigy, he was now being treated as a mount. He was very angry. However, at this moment, some ignorant people came to provoke him. Wouldn't they become the Fufeng of Gojosian's punching bag? Splat. As a quasi-immortal level prodigy, the Fufeng of Gojosian was a quasi-immortal level prodigy. Even if it was just a wisp of his aura, it was enough to send a group of Archean royalty beings flying, causing them to vomit blood. Hiss. Treating a quasi-immortal level prodigy as a mount and making him guard the door, the countless spectating immortal region cultivators were all speechless. Jun Xiaoyao's appearance was simply too impressive. Only at this moment did Jun Xiaoyaro and the others appear. He glanced at the group of Archean royalty beings who were swaying left and right. His eyes were incomparably cold. I didn't find you, but you came to find me first, Jun Xiaoyaro said indifferently. Jun Xiaoyao, what do you mean? Are you letting the foreign beings bully us? An elder of the Divine Silkworm Valley shouted angrily. Don't play these tricks. I'm a spy in the foreign realm, so I know more than anyone else. Don't you know how those Primeval geniuses of the Primeval theocrats were able to track me down? Or do you want me to say in public that your Archean royalty is secretly related to the foreign monarch races and might even pass on information? Jun Xiaoyao's cold words exploded in the original imperial city. Chapter 1124. What are you talking about? That's right, don't slander us. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, these Archean royalty creatures who came to denounce him all opened their mouths to rebuke him coldly. However, there was a hint of bewilderment in their eyes. Slander me? Back then, when I was in the foreign realm, I was also a thorn in the side of some people, such as the Fufeng of Gojosian. Jun Xiaoyaro turned around and glanced at the Fufeng of Gojosian. The Fufeng of Gojosian's expression was filled with embarrassment. However, he still braced himself and said, That's right, that's indeed the case. Back then, I didn't like Jun Xiaoyaro, no, master, so I ordered some emperors to target master in the desolate border. Jun Xiaoyaro took over the conversation right away. However, those emperors couldn't target me openly because of my identity as the god of war. Therefore, I secretly contacted your Archean royalty seed prodigies, Xian Haoqiong, the Phoenix Girl, the Golden Crow Young Sacred King, and the others, wanting to kill me with a borrowed knife. If that's the case, then should I stretch out my neck and wait for them to kill me? Jun Xiaoyao's words undoubtedly set off a huge wave in the original imperial city. Now that the foreign realm's calamity had just ended, this news spread. If it was true, then it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to the Archean royalty's prestige. It might even be spurned by all living beings and go down in history as a byword. Nonsense, you don't know what you're talking about at all. That's right, you're just making up an excuse to absolve yourself. Your hands are stained with the blood of our Archean royalty seed. This is an indisputable fact. The Archean royalty creatures all shouted coldly. Some of them really didn't know what was going on. However, regardless of whether they knew or not, they obviously wouldn't admit it. So, your purpose of coming here is just to denounce me? Jun Xiaoyao's expression was very calm from the beginning to the end. He did not expect to rely on this bit of information to overturn the Archean royalty. That was simply unrealistic. The Archean royalty had existed in the immortal realms for countless eras. The inheritances and foundations of the various royal clans were all extremely ancient. Jun Xiaoyao's words alone could not cause any substantial harm to the Archean royalty. However, even if it was just a blow to his reputation, that would be enough. After starting to cultivate the power of faith, Jun Xiaoyao finally understood just how important was prestige. Those with a good reputation would be worshipped by all living beings and blessed by the faith of all living beings, just like the Jun family. As for those with bad reputations, they would be spurned by all living beings. Unknowingly, they would also have bad luck and disasters. At least on this level, Jun Xiaoyao had caused a loss to the Archean royalty. Mph, you've eradicated the calamity, so you can be considered to have redeemed yourself. My Archean royalty is naturally not that petty. How about this? You take out that drop of black blood and the ancient coffin that suppressed the calamity for everyone to study. The elder of the demon phoenix ancient cave said in a muffled voice. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. There was a hint of coldness in his smile. It turned out that the Archean royalty had their eyes on the black blood and the three-world coffin. It had to be said that the extent of their shamelessness was beyond Jun Xiaoyao's imagination. I've never seen such shameless people. Jiang Luoli shouted angrily. Her beautiful eyes were wide open and her long, shapely eyebrows were furrowed. What kind of people were these? Jun Xiaoyao had made great contributions to the immortal realms. In the end, these Archean royalty creatures wanted to take it from Jun Xiaoyao under the excuse of killing a seed-level prodigy. No matter how thick-skinned a person was, he would not do such a thing. It was not only the people around Jun Xiaoyao who were angry. Even the surrounding spectators had looks of disdain on their faces. What kind of thing is this group of people? When Jun Wuhui and Jun Xiaoyao were fighting the calamity for the immortal realms, where were they? That's right. The Archean royalty didn't do anything at all. Even if the Archean emperor appeared, it was just an illusion. Moreover, he didn't make a move. He was just guarding the rear. I really think that what the son of God of the Jun family said might be true. These royal families might really have some kind of deal with the foreign realms. Countless voices of discussion sounded. There were even more hot-tempered people who directly cursed, "They're just a bunch of idiots." It was a simple insult, but it was the ultimate enjoyment. The surrounding crowd all praised. Who's the one who's cursing? The Archean royalty creatures' faces were as black as the bottom of a pot as they berated. No one dared to insult the Archean royalty in public. However, there were too many people who were cursing. They came from all directions and were hiding. This made the Archean royalty creatures feel extremely uncomfortable, as if they had eaten a dead fly. Impudent! Who dares to criticize the young master? The fourth master Scar and the other gatekeepers came with a threatening aura. When he heard that the Archean royalty were looking for trouble with Jun Xiaoyao, he immediately appeared. Fourth master Scar, this has nothing to do with you. An elder of Nine Phantom Mountain said coldly. Nine Phantom Mountain was an ancient great vicious beast, the Nine Phantom Python bloodline. This bloodline was definitely the strongest among the vicious beasts. One of the successors of Joyo Mountain had also fallen at the hands of Jun Xiaoyao during the Desolate Border War. Is this how you treat the heroes of the immortal realms? Are you trying to chill the hearts of the people of the world? The fourth master Scar glared angrily. Heroes are created by circumstances. Without Jun Xiaoyao, there might be others, the creature of the Dragon King Palace sneered. You, the fourth master Scar was furious. If it weren't for the fact that the Archean royalty was too powerful, he really wanted to suppress them with a palm strike. All right, Jun Xiaoyao, we're already magnanimous enough to not pursue the matter of you killing a descendant of our royal family. Hand over the things. To be honest, the Archean royalty really coveted Jun Xiaoyao's heavenly black blood and three-world bronze coffin. After all, these were the means to suppress calamities. If the Archean royalty could control them, it would be an invincible trump card. Jun Xiaoyao wasn't angry. He still had a slight smile on his face. The old ancestors and ancient ancestors of the Jun family left the original imperial city. That was why the Archean royalty were so arrogant. At this moment, a vast emperor's aura suddenly appeared in the starry sky. Hiss! Which emperor has arrived? The entire original imperial city was in an uproar. After the war between the two realms ended, those emperor-level powerhouses left and disappeared. After all, that kind of existence couldn't casually appear in the world. Moreover, because of the Archean Treaty of Alliance, emperor-level powerhouses couldn't casually appear in the immortal realm. This terrifying emperor's aura directly pressed the group of immemorial theocrats to the ground. They spat out mouthfuls of blood, and who knew how many of their ribs were broken? Could it be the divine universe emperor of the Jun family? Cultivators from all directions focused their attention. The appearance of the three emperors of the Jun family shocked everyone in the immortal realm. Above the universe, starlight shone, and a stooped old man appeared from the brilliance of the 7 stars. It was the Big Dipper Emperor. What shocked everyone even more was that the Big Dipper Emperor cupped his hands and said to Jun Xiaoyao, "I'm sorry, Xiaoyao. I attacked you in the desolate border before. This old man apologizes." His words immediately silenced the entire original imperial city. A great emperor cupped his hands and apologized to Jun Xiaoyao. This shocked countless people so much that their scalps went numb. Chapter 11:25. What kind of figure was a great emperor? He ruled over the 9 heavens and 10 earths and intimidated the eternal spacetime. He controlled the great Tao and Karma. With a thought, heaven and earth collapsed and the universe shattered. He overlooked billions of living beings and watched the vicissitudes of life. Such a figure was too extraordinary. To a great emperor, right and wrong no longer had any meaning. Because their words were the truth, right and wrong, but now, the Big Dipper Great Emperor cupped his hands and apologized to a junior. This was absolutely unimaginable. Big Dipper Great Emperor, why do you have to do this? Everyone couldn't figure it out. Jun Xiaoyao smiled slightly and cupped his hands at the Big Dipper Great Emperor. Senior Big Dipper, you must be joking. At that time, I had the alien chaotic body. It's understandable that Senior wanted to make a move to eliminate future troubles. What's wrong with that? Jun Xiaoyao still had some respect for this Big Dipper Great Emperor. In the past, he had made great contributions to guard the border, causing him to be injured all over. Now, even though he was seriously ill and old, he was still emitting the last light and heat for the celestial region. Compared to those Archean royalty ancient emperors who only appeared as phantoms and didn't even make a move, the Big Dipper Great Emperor was simply loyal and righteous. Jun Xiaoyao's carefree attitude made the Big Dipper Great Emperor feel even more guilty. He sighed. Fortunately, Shanao of Beach stopped me at that time. Otherwise, I would have been a sinner of the celestial region for eternity. At that time, if the Big Dipper Great Emperor had really killed Jun Xiaoyao. Now, the ultimate calamity was naturally unstoppable. If he took another step back, even if he could stop it, the celestial region would have to pay an immeasurable price. Senior's sincerity to the celestial region has moved me, Jun Xiaoyao said. The Big Dipper Great Emperor sighed. With such a hero in the celestial region, why would they worry about the calamity in the future? Then, he looked at the Archean royalty who were pressed to the ground with an incomparably cold gaze. The powerful emperor's pressure continued to pour down. The bodies of those Archean royalty beings exploded one by one. The eyes of the elder of the demon phoenix ancient cave were about to split open, and he was extremely regretful. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Jun Xiaoyao. Our little ancestor will definitely not let you off. My Holy Spirit Island's little stone emperor is the same. The creatures of the Holy Spirit Island also roared. Boom. 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 A series of explosions could be heard. If you're not convinced, you far ancient theocrats can come and find me for punishment. The Big Dipper Emperor's was. He. Big Great Emperor. After all, who would dare to cause trouble for the Great Emperor? Even if there was an ancient emperor among the Archean royalty. However, it was impossible for experts of this level to start a war so easily. It was even more impossible for them to fight to the death. That would not benefit anyone. Therefore, these primordial theocrats were basically here to deliver their heads to him. Jun Xiaoyao's expression did not change at all from beginning to end. Even if the Big Dipper Emperor did not make a move, these Archean royalty would not cause him any trouble. The little ancestor of the demon phoenix ancient cave. The venomous roar of that elder from the demonic phoenix ancient cave before he died made Jun Xiaoyaro smirk. Big brother Xiaoyaro, you don't know, but after you died, many freaks appeared in the celestial realm. They want to replace Big brother Xiaoyaro. The little ancestor of the demon phoenix ancient cave is called Huang Nidao. He is a direct descendant of the immortal ancient emperor. Jiang Luoli said. Direct descendant of the immortal ancient emperor? Jun Xiaoyao's expression did not change. These direct descendants were not to be underestimated. For example, Little Yi the divine demon ant was a direct descendant of the divine demon emperor. This kind of prodigy had the bloodline of an ancient emperor or an emperor. Their future was limitless. But to Jun Xiaoyaro, it was still not enough to make him waver. Presumably, the little stone emperor from the Holy Spirit Island was a similar character. You only dared to stand on the stage and fight for the heavenly fate after I died. Now that I am back, there is no place for you in this world. Jun Xiaoyaro thought to himself with a sneer in his eyes. Then, he looked at the Big Dipper Emperor in the sky and cupped his hands. Thank you for your help, Senior Big Dipper. If you don't mind, I am willing to do my best to heal your injuries. The Big Dipper Emperor did not have any family or faction behind him. He was a loner who only wanted to prove his Tao. He was somewhat similar to the ancient Chaos Emperor. If Jun Xiaoyaro wanted to help, he and the Jun family could really help the Big Dipper Emperor. Haha, what else do you have in mind? The Big Dipper Emperor seemed to have seen through Jun Xiaoyao's thoughts. Jun Xiaoyaro was neither servile nor overbearing. He said generously, I wonder if you are interested in joining the Emperor Hall? Although the Emperor Hall was flourishing now. But there was still a lack of a pillar of support. After that, Jun Xiaoyaro tried to rope in the Nirvana tribe. However, the Nirvana tribe could only maintain a cooperative relationship with the Emperor Hall. It was impossible for them to completely merge with the Emperor Hall in a short time. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyaro hoped to rope in more powerhouses for the Emperor Hall. The Big Dipper Emperor smiled. He was not angry. My apologies. This old man is used to being a wild crane. I have been alone all my life. Jun Xiaoyaro expected the Big Dipper Emperor's rejection. He said, even so, I still welcome you to be a guest of the Jun family. Senior, you have done your best for the immortal region. You should not die so sadly. Jun Xiaoyao's words were so sincere that everyone present was slightly moved. This was the so-called hero cherishing another hero. The Big Dipper Emperor looked at Jun Xiaoyaro deeply and finally smiled. Although I am not used to joining any force, I don't mind if it is just a title of guest elder. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled when he heard that. The surrounding people were even more surprised. He said that it was a title of guest elder. But in fact, it didn't seem to be much different from joining. If anyone wanted to touch the Emperor Hall, they had to consider the Big Dipper Emperor. Thank you, Senior. Jun Xiaoyaro was happy. Then, the Big Dipper Emperor left. Jun Xiaoyaro would naturally arrange for the Jun family to think of a way to deal with his injuries. The small storm ended just like that. However, Jun Xiaoyaro knew that the Archean royalty, the Holy Spirit Island, and the Nether King bloodline must have hated him to the core. Not to mention, the Archean royalty was not the only thing he killed in the desolate border. There were also the successors of the Xian Ting's immortal lineages. Kang Li, Yarou Qing, and Xing Lu all died in his hands. However, the Xian Ting did not immediately come to find him. This showed the Xian Ting's wisdom. It was indeed more restrained than the Archean royalty. In a short period of time, Jun Xiaoyao's reputation was too great, and it was not easy to provoke him. However, the Xian Ting would not forget this debt. Just as the matter came to an end, suddenly, a beautiful figure appeared in the crowd. She stared at Jun Xiaoyaro with mixed feelings. Her face was filled with joy, but there was also a complicated expression. Jun Xiaoyaro noticed the beautiful woman. Yu Yunchang. Behind her was a handsome man with a head full of silver hair. It was the Ascendant King. Chapter 11:26. Yu Yunchang was still as beautiful as before. She was graceful and elegant. At this moment, She looked at Jun Xiaoyaro with joy and mixed feelings. She also looked a little haggard. She hesitated for a bit before slowly making her way to Jun Xiaoyaro. "What are you doing here?" Everyone around Jun Xiaoyaro, including Jiang Luoli, looked at Yu Yunchang coldly. To be precise, the person they hated was not Yu Yunchang. It was Yu Yunchang's brother, Ascendant King. There was no problem if it was just an enemy. However, an enemy who pretended to be a friend was very disgusting. Ascendant King also stepped forward. Many people's expressions changed subtly when they saw this scene. Ascendant King was one of the 7 defiant emperors. Even though Jun Xiaoyaro had already won the game of the heavenly path, his identity as one of the 7 defiant emperors was still there. Long Yaroa and the others did not dare to appear in front of Jun Xiaoyaro at all. They were just afraid of Jun Xiaoyaro taking revenge. Previously, I felt that something was wrong in the desolate border. Now that I think about it, it was indeed you. Ascendant King was wearing a snow-white crane cloak. Even his shoes and socks were white. He had an extremely handsome face. His silver hair was loose and even his eyebrows were silver white. His aura was extraordinary. He was one of the few people who could catch up to Jun Xiaoyaro in terms of appearance. Before this, the friendship between these two people was also a legend. However, the truth was revealed later. Ascendant King was one of the 7 defiant emperors. From the beginning to the end, this was a trap. You actually dare to appear in front of brother Xiaoyaro. Jiang Luoli frowned and reprimanded. Jun Xiaoyaro waved his hand and then looked at Ascendant King. "I'm curious. How can you appear in front of me so calmly?" Jun Xiaoyaro was indeed cold to Ascendant King. However, he had noticed it from the beginning. Therefore, he was not deceived by Ascendant King. Hearing this, the Ascension King chuckled. There was a trace of bitterness and helplessness in his laughter. At some point, he really thought that he would become friends with Jun Xiaoyaro. But unfortunately, I was unwilling and wanted to fight for the heaven's will, but in the end, I became the abandoned child of the heavenly Tao. How ironic. Ascension King laughed at himself. "Looks like you're prepared." Jun Xiaoyaro said coldly. "Young Master Jun, please don't." Yu Yunchang bit her red lips with her pearly white teeth, her eyes turning red. Ever since Feather King betrayed Jun Xiaoyaro, Yu Yunchang and him had never returned to the intimate sibling relationship they had before. However, no matter what, the Ascendant King was still her elder brother. It was impossible for her to watch the Ascendant King die. Plop. The girl who was as proud as a phoenix when they first met was now kneeling in front of Jun Xiaoyaro. Yunshang, you. The Ascension King's eyes were also filled with shock. "I hope that young Master Jun can spare my elder brother's life. Yunshang knows that this request might be too much, but he is still my elder brother. Yunshang is willing to serve young Master Jun as a slave. Do you think you're worthy to be brother Xiaoyao's slave?" Jiang Luoli's eyes were spitting fire as she interrupted Yu Yunchang's words. Yu Yunchang continued to kneel, her mouth filled with bitterness. The surrounding people were speechless when they saw this scene. The princess of the Ascension Jin dynasty was kneeling in front of everyone like a slave. It could only be said that Jun Xiaoyaro was now powerful enough that even the immortal Jin dynasty wouldn't dare to offend him. "Brother Jun, kill me if you want. I'm willing to do this." "The Ascension Jin dynasty won't interfere," the Ascension King said calmly. It was the biggest mistake he had made in this life. It was betraying Jun Xiaoyaro. If he could do it all over again, what would he choose? Perhaps, fighting for the heavenly mandate couldn't be compared to having a friend. Jun Xiaoyao's expression didn't change at all. Then, he pointed his finger at the Ascension King's forehead. "Young Master Jun." Yu Yunchang's face was pale and bloodless. That ray of light condensed at the Ascension King's forehead, but the Ascension King didn't have any intention to resist. Jun Xiaoyaro slowly retracted his hand. "You're already dead. Whatever happens next has nothing to do with me." Jun Xiaoyaro turned around and was about to leave. The Ascension King was stunned as he looked at Jun Xiaoyao's back. He suddenly opened his mouth and condensed his voice into a line, sending it to Jun Xiaoyaro through telepathy. "The 7 defiant emperors have failed, but it doesn't mean that the heavenly Tao is willing to lose this round. We're just a bunch of abandoned pawns that were played. Be careful of the 8 sons of heaven and the Grey Clan. Hearing the Ascension King's message, Zhang Xiaoyao's heart skipped a beat. 8 sons of heaven? Grey Clan? Zhang Xiaoyao silently remembered it in his heart and left without turning back. The will of the immortal region is still unwilling after losing this round. Zhang Xiaoyao sneered. He had never heard of the so-called Grey Clan. However, the Ascension King shouldn't lie to him anymore. When he returned to the Zhang family, he would naturally investigate it from the ancient books. As for the 8 sons of heaven, Zhang Xiaoyao wasn't worried at all. All the geniuses were just stepping stones and leaks in his eyes. Zhang Xiaoyao returned to his residence. He still hadn't left the original imperial city. Many people were confused. Now that the foreign domain's calamity had temporarily ended, they didn't know why Zhang Xiaoyao was still here. A few days later, another old man came to look for Zhang Xiaoyao excitedly. Grand Elder, why are you here? Jiang Luoli and the others were surprised. The person who came was the Grand Elder of the 9 Heavens Immortal Academy. I'm here to take a look at the Qilin Sun of the Immortal Region. I expected little friend to be very busy, so I came to visit now. Immortal Academy's Grand Elder's attitude was very amiable. He sized up Zhang Xiaoyao, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he was. Haha, I didn't expect the war god of the foreign domain's War God Academy to become a pillar of our immortal region. You flatter me, senior. Zhang Xiaoyao smiled politely. He also roughly guessed the purpose of Immortal Academy's Grand Elder's visit. Little friend, are you interested in joining the 9 Heavens Immortal Academy? Immortal Academy's Grand Elder's eyes were bright as he stared at Zhang Xiaoyao. 9 Heavens Immortal Academy was the Immortal Region's supreme academy, gathering heroes from all over the world. Zhang Xiaoyao was, without a doubt, the absolute pillar and representative of the organization. If Zhang Xiaoyao joined 9 Heavens Immortal Academy, then Immortal Academy's reputation would definitely skyrocket. Zhang Xiaoyao was a bit hesitant. After all, he also joined the War God Academy in the foreign domain. Moreover, with his comprehension ability, it seemed like he didn't need anyone to teach him. As for resources, the Zhang family's resources were obviously not inferior to Immortal Academies. Therefore, Zhang Xiaoyao really couldn't find a reason to go to Immortal Academy. As for Jiang Luoli, Yang Rumeng, Yu Chanhuan, and the others, they hoped that Zhang Xiaoyao would go. After all, many of them were disciples of Immortal Academy. Seeing Zhang Xiaoyao's hesitation, Immortal Academy's Grand Elder secretly gritted his teeth. He knew that it was impossible to get something for nothing without offering some benefits. Little friend, you should know that Immortal Academy has great opportunities. The outlawed Sky Prides who joined before have all obtained them. However, Immortal Academy still has an ultimate land of opportunity that hasn't been opened. There might be a supreme treasure that even the Zhang family might not be able to take out. Immortal Academy's Grand Elder went all out. Oh! Zhang Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. If there were benefits, then everything was negotiable. Chapter 1127. One wouldn't wake up early if there were no benefits. Zhang Xiaoyao was always too lazy to do things that didn't bring him benefits. Immortal Academy's Great Elder continued, that ultimate natural luckland is called Void Sky World, not far from the Endless Sea. Rumor has it that during the chaos of the ancient times, when the divine wills of the most powerful clashed, a wondrous place was produced. Only primordial spirits can enter Void Sky World. However, there are many supreme treasures inside that cannot be found in the outside world, their value definitely not inferior to immortal-level natural luck. When he heard Immortal Academy's Great Elder's words, Zhang Xiaoyao's eyes became even brighter. Only primordial spirits could enter. Then wouldn't his 3-world primordial spirits be unmatched? Of course, Void Sky World isn't without danger. After all, it is a chaotic place produced from the clash of the most powerful divine wills in the ancient times. Moreover, it is close to the realm sea, so there might be many places of space-time chaos, to the extent where there might even be passages leading to other unknown realms. Of course, you can also let a portion of primordial spirits enter. This way, you can at least guarantee your safety. Immortal Academy's Great Elder said. I understand. In that case, what's the harm in making a trip to Immortal Academy? Jun Xiaoyaro nodded in agreement. Haha, that's good. This old one will wait for little friend's arrival in Immortal Academy. Immortal Academy's great elder laughed, and then left. So Immortal Academy actually had an ultimate natural luckland, that old man actually hid it from us. Jiang Luoli wrinkled her jade-like nose slightly. Following Jun Xiaoyao's return, Jiang Luoli's personality seemed to have recovered a bit of cheerfulness and liveliness. Whatever, I'll go take a look when the time comes. Jun Xiaoyaro smiled faintly. Later on, Jun Xiaoyaro always stayed in the original Emperor city. Meanwhile, his legend had just spread through the Nine Heavens immortal domain. Even though there were many immortal domain cultivators who witnessed the Battle of Calamity back then. However, compared to the entire immortal domain's creatures, they were still an extremely small portion. Roughly half a month's time passed. That day, an alarm sounded at the border pass again. Not good, a large group of creatures have been discovered, they seem to be foreign cultivators. What? How long has it been, the foreign side already? There were movements at the border pass again. Previously, many people thought that after the War of the Two Realms, there would not be any major movements for a long time. Who would have thought that in just over half a month, there would be movement again? Don't panic, right now, the other side doesn't have the qualifications to launch a large-scale attack. The appearance of the fourth Master Scar calmed everyone down. At this moment, he suddenly felt a powerful aura. Quasi-Emperor? Fourth Master Scar's gaze was fixed on the depths of space beyond the border. Suddenly, a white-robed figure appeared in the void at the border. Everyone, please calm down. The newcomer spoke indifferently, his voice as light as the clouds and wind. So it's the Son of God. Greetings, Lord Son of God. The person who appeared was naturally Jun Xiaoyao. Upon seeing him, all the gatekeepers cupped their fists respectfully. Their attitudes were very respectful. We're on the same side. Don't be nervous. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. What? Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, all the gatekeepers present were dumbfounded. Fourth Master Scar was also confused. Outside the border, a large group of living beings appeared. The one in the lead was a woman with long blue hair and a pitilessly beautiful appearance. Who else could it be other than Luo Xiangling? There were many figures at her side, including Shen Yu, Fei Qingxue, Tuoba Yu, Tuobalan, and others. Even the Ice Spirit royal family and other foreign royal families had migrated over. Before Jun Xiaoyaro entered the skyless dark world, he had already asked Luo Xiangling to make arrangements for the follow-up matters. Xiaoyao. When she saw Jun Xiaoyaro, Luo Xiangling also could not hold back. With light steps, she rushed in front of Jun Xiaoyao and then gently hugged Jun Xiaoyao. Only the heavens knew how worried she was after Jun Xiaoyao entered the skyless dark world. After all, that was the dojo of the ultimate disaster. But now, seeing that Jun Xiaoyaro was safe and that the ultimate disaster was eliminated. While Luo Xiangling was happy, she also felt proud of Jun Xiaoyaro. Seeing this scene, Fourth Master Scar and the others were dumbfounded. That was a quasi-immortal level expert, which was the equivalent of a quasi-emperor expert in the immortal region. But now, she was in Jun Xiaoyao's arms. This shocked the Fourth Master Scar quite a bit. Luo Xiangling seemed to have sensed the gazes around her. Her jade-like pretty face flushed red, and she loosened her embrace. I've brought everyone here, including the one you instructed, Luo Xiangling said. Behind him, there was a figure covered in a black cloak, standing there silently. Jun Xiaoyaro glanced at her and nodded slightly. Thank you for your hard work, Xiangling. It's nothing. Luo Xiangling smiled faintly. To be able to help the person she loved was a very happy thing for her. Jun Xiaoyaro looked at Fourth Master Scar and said, although they are creatures of the foreign domain, they are all loyal to me. You don't have to worry. Of course, please go ahead, young master. Fourth Master Scar and the others released the restrictions, allowing Luo Xiangling and the others to enter the border. If it were anyone else, these gatekeepers would naturally not let them go so easily. But Jun Xiaoyao's reputation was now needless to say. Immediately, Jun Xiaoyao led Luo Xiangling and the others back to the residence in the palace. Looking at their departing backs, fourth master Scar sighed. As expected of young master. Amazing, admirable. Defeating foreign experts isn't much. Only those who can subdue foreign women are true men. Many gatekeepers and great knights sighed in admiration. They were extremely envious. Little did they know that Luo Xiangling was not the only foreign woman conquered by Zhang Xiaoyao. After returning to the palace, Jiang Luoli and the others immediately appeared, staring at Luo Xiangling. As women, their instincts made them wary of Luo Xiangling. Brother Xiaoyao, who is this sister? Jiang Luoli's beautiful face revealed a sweet smile, and her delicate body leaned against Zhang Xiaoyao. Zhang Xiaoyao did not know what to say for a moment. Should he say that she was the one he hugged? Or that she was the one who lived off him? It did not feel right. This was Zhang Xiaoyao's dark history in the foreign domain, so it was better not to expose it. Looking at Jiang Luoli's intimate appearance with Zhang Xiaoyao, Luo Xiangling's expression did not change. She also knew that an outstanding man like Zhang Xiaoyao would definitely be very popular with girls in the immortal realm. Luo Xiangling's original body was just the river spirit of a river. It was Zhang Xiaoyao who made her acknowledge her value as a human. Therefore, Luo Xiangling's only hope was to stay by Zhang Xiaoyao's side. This was the pure thought of a river spirit. Ahem, you guys chat first. I'll go arrange other things. Zhang Xiaoyao left directly. Seeing this, Jiang Luoli ground her sparkling canine teeth. If Sister Xingyi finds out, then, on the other side, Zhang Xiaoyao came to a hall. Xian Yu, Fei Qingxue, Tuoba Yu, and the others were all here. There were also the Ice Spirit royal family and the other royal families who believed in the god of fate and creation. In addition, there was a figure shrouded in a black cloak. He had no aura and stood in place. Now that you know my true identity, what do you think? Zhang Xiaoyao looked at everyone. Xian Yu already knew. He was telling it to the rest of them. Tuoba Yu was the first to speak. It was Sir who gave us the chance to change our fate. We will naturally be forever loyal to Sir, to the god of fate and creation. Tuoba Yu was the first to cultivate the Dao Heart demonic seed art, and he was also the beneficiary of the Dao Heart demonic seed art. Therefore, he was the most affected by Zhang Xiaoyao. Even if Zhang Xiaoyao was a cultivator of the immortal realm, Tuoba Yu's faith in him would not weaken in the slightest. Chapter 1128. Very good. I want you to know that no matter who I am, as long as you believe in the god of fate and creation, even if the world falls and all living beings perish in the future, you will be able to protect your true souls. Zhang Xiaoyao's words were dignified. These weren't empty words. If he collected enough power of faith, the god's Dharma body could really transform into a supreme god. At that time, as long as he chanted the name of the god of fate and creation, his projection would then manifest in the myriad worlds of the universe. After all, Zhang Xiaoyao had also signed in the ability to illuminate the heavens. We are willing to believe in the god of fate and creation forever. We are willing to believe in the Lord forever. Tuoba Yu, Fei Qingxue, and the others said devoutly. Zhang Xiaoyao nodded in satisfaction. Tuoba Yu was indeed a prodigy. He wasn't willing to lose such a talent. That's right. Next, your goal is to continue spreading faith in the celestial realm and establish the Church of Fate. Although the 10 billion believers of the foreign realm have been lost, it doesn't matter. The celestial realm is even vaster. Those believers of the foreign realm were like tools to begin with. To the current Zhang Xiaoyao, they were no longer existences that he could do without. After all, Zhang Xiaoyao's reputation in the celestial realm was even greater now. He could almost catch up to his father, Zhang Wuhui. At all times, there was a massive amount of power of faith pouring into the Innerverse and the god's Dharma body. In the previous battle against the Calamity, the god's Dharma body had almost exhausted all of its power of faith. Now, it was sitting cross-legged in the golden sea of faith in the Innerverse, recuperating. If there was enough power of faith, the god's Dharma body could unleash extremely terrifying power. However, Zhang Xiaoyao wouldn't rely on the god's Dharma body now. To Zhang Xiaoyao, his own realm and strength were the most important. The god's Dharma body could only be said to play an important role at critical moments. Next, let the god's Dharma body quietly accumulate the power of faith. It won't be used easily. Jun Xiaoyaro thought to himself. He always felt that there would be an even greater disaster in the future. Therefore, the god's Dharma body could only be activated when the true calamity descended. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Not to mention, if the accumulated power of faith was insufficient, even if he activated the godly celestial body, he wouldn't be able to maintain it for too long, and he wouldn't be able to unleash its full power. However, this is only temporary. In the future, billions of worlds and universes will devoutly believe in my name. When the time comes, the god's Dharma body will have inexhaustible supreme divine power, Jun Xiaoyaro thought to himself. To achieve this goal, Jun Xiaoyaro wanted Tuoba Yu, Fei Qingxue, and the others to continue spreading the faith of the Church of Destiny. Next, after Jun Xiaoyaro made some arrangements, everyone left. Only the figure in the black cloak was left standing silently on the spot. After everyone had left, Jun Xiaoyaro approached the black-cloaked figure. With a faint smile on his face, he took off his black cloak. In an instant, tens of thousands of rays of light shone brightly. A majestic and unmoving figure appeared. Even if he did not move, just his aura alone was enough to cause cracks to appear in the surrounding void. At the same time, there were countless runes of the great path surrounding him. If Jun Xiaoyaro hadn't isolated the aura of the palace, this astonishing aura would have alarmed the entire original imperial city. Has the transformation finally succeeded? Quasi-innate sacred body of Tao. Looking at the body in front of him that was exactly the same as his, Jun Xiaoyaro smiled. This was the sacred body of the ancients that had been transformed in the heavenly tomb. No, it should be called the quasi-innate sacred body of Tao now. It was also what Jun Xiaoyaro had asked Luo Xiangling to bring. The world thinks that when my sacred body collapsed in the world of divine ruins, I relied on the inheritance of Emperor Qing to rebuild the chaotic body. But they don't know that my sacred body of the ancients didn't perish. Instead, it transformed into the quasi-innate sacred body of Tao. The reason why he added the word quasi-innate in front was that this was not a perfected sacred body of Tao. It was formed after the sacred body of the ancients merged with the origin of Tao. Strictly speaking, it was a bit like the difference between the innate chaotic body and the acquired chaotic body. Just the quasi-innate sacred body of Tao has such power. How strong is the real innate sacred body of Tao? Jun Xiaoyaro was curious. He couldn't help but think of the most famous innate sacred body of Tao. Emperor without end. He was a supreme existence who fought against the dark turmoil by himself. He was a peerless hero. The sad love story between him and the Queen Mother of the West was still circulating in the mystic realm. It just so happens that my father gave me the one chi into three pure ones. Both the chaotic body and the quasi-innate sacred body of Tao can become one of the three pure ones. Jun Xiaoyaro had already begun to make plans for his future cultivation. Immediately, Jun Xiaoyaro activated the divine power of laws. His two bodies were glowing, and in the end, they fused together amidst the dazzling brilliance. Boom! It was as if heaven and earth were splitting, and also as if two powerful universes were colliding. Fortunately, Jun Xiaoyaro had made a little arrangement before, so the aura didn't leak out. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao's body was revealed. Golden chi and blood like a dragon, the great path divine law surrounded his body. The chaotic mist surged. The unparalleled power caused the ground where he stood to collapse. The two great constitutions merged. Jun Xiaoyaro could almost enter the celestial lord realm at any time. But he didn't do so. Because he still had laws that he hadn't condensed. 10 laws were far from Jun Xiaoyao's limit. Phew, this power, Jun Xiaoyao exhaled softly. Even he himself was rather shocked by what he saw. Now, the Xianting ancient young emperor, the chaotic body, the 8 sons of heaven, and the legitimate son of the ancient emperor. In his eyes, they were all trash. It's time to go to the Jiutian Immortal Academy. But before that, I need to go back to the Jun family in the Huangtian mystic realm. Since stepping on the Emperor Road, Jun Xiaoyaro hadn't returned to the Jun family. He also wanted to go back and visit his family. And about the Grey clan, Jun Xiaoyaro also wanted to go to the family library to investigate. A few days later, the mother of the red spider lilies led a group of Nirvana Emperor family creatures over. There weren't many Nirvana Emperor family creatures, so there weren't many people. As for the blue-red spider lilies, they were a branch. The mother of the red spider lilies didn't care at all and let them live and die. The arrival of the Nirvana Emperor family was relatively low-key and didn't cause much of a stir. The immortal realm also saw how the mother of the red spider lilies helped Jun Xiaoyaro to fight against the disaster. Therefore, the fourth Master Scar and the others didn't stop them at all and let them enter the border. Jun Xiaoyaro naturally had to meet them and then exchange greetings. "Senior, if you don't mind, you can let the Nirvana Emperor family take root in the Huangtian mystic realm. That is the headquarters of the Jun family. No forces will disturb the Nirvana Emperor family," Jun Xiaoyaro said with a smile. "Okay, you can arrange it." The mother of the red spider lilies looked indifferent. She didn't care about these mundane things. "I'm a little curious about when you meet that person in the future," the mother of the red spider lilies said. She was too deeply influenced by the ghost-masked woman. Perhaps, when the ghost-masked woman really met Jun Xiaoyaro and untied this obsession, she would be free. Jun Xiaoyaro was silent. He felt that it wouldn't be that easy to meet the real ghost-masked woman. After all, her strength had reached an unimaginable level. However, Jun Xiaoyaro was also confident that he could definitely reach the peak. What he lacked now was only time. At this time, behind the mother of the red spider lilies, a beautiful woman leaned out and looked at Jun Xiaoyaro. Her skin was crystal clear like mutton fat jade, and her eyes were lively and brilliant. She was wearing a white gauze dress, and she was ethereal and agile like a fairy under the moon. She had a detached temperament that stood aloof from worldly affairs. "I didn't expect that we would meet again under such circumstances. Young Master June." This woman was naturally the Nirvana Heavenly Maiden, Meng Nu. Chapter 1129. To be honest, Meng Nu was also very emotional. The last time she saw Jun Xiaoyaro, it was in the parameter state. Jun Xiaoyaro came to see the mother of the parameter flower. At that time, he was still the war god of the foreign realm, the first of the 6 world-destroying kings. Many creatures of the foreign realm thought that he was the hope of the foreign realm to destroy the immortal realm. In the end, how long had it been? Everything had undergone a drastic change. This made Meng Nu sigh with emotion. It could be said that fate was playing with people. At that time, out of helplessness, I could only hide my identity. "I hope Miss Meng doesn't take offense," Jun Xiaoyaro said with a faint smile. "How could I dare? In the future, in the immortal realm, I still have to rely on young Master Jun's protection. After all, this is your territory," Meng Nu said with a sweet smile. Jun Xiaoyaro blushed with shame. Why did it feel like Meng Nu treated him as the lord of the immortal realm? Although the Jun family did have the strength. After that, Jun Xiaoyaro also arranged for some of the Jun family members. He prepared to properly arrange for the Parameter clan to go to the Huangtian immortal realm to take root. The matter was more or less settled. A few days later, Jun Xiaoyaro and the others also left the original imperial city. As for the other geniuses, most of them had already returned to the Immortal Academy. When they left, including the 4th Master Scar, all the guardian families and countless guardians all cupped their hands to Jun Xiaoyaro. In fact, there were even majestic figures appearing in the starry sky. They were the quasi-emperors guarding the border. They also cupped their hands to Jun Xiaoyaro from afar. The son of God of the Jun family destroyed the disaster, guarded the border and the immortal realm. His name will be recorded in history, and his glory will shine for generations to come. Countless cultivators were cheering, giving Jun Xiaoyaro absolute worship. Vast power of faith poured into the sea of faith in Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe. "You are worthy of respect, generation after generation of guardians of the border. I, Jun Xiaoyao, thank you all for using your flesh and blood to build an indestructible border." Jun Xiaoyaro also cupped his hands to the soldiers of the original imperial city and the border. A long song in times of prosperity, a hero in troubled times. Those who were truly worthy of respect had never been those people from all walks of life. Instead, it was these border soldiers who silently guarded the border and sacrificed their blood and sweat selflessly. They deserved Zhang Xiaoyao's respect. Fourth Master Scar and the others had tears in their eyes. Previously, they respected Zhang Xiaoyao because he was Zhang Wuhui's son. At the moment, Zhang Xiaoyao's charisma was enough to make everyone submit to him. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoyao's reputation in the border area soared. He was no longer any weaker than the white-robed God King Zhang Wuhui. The two of them were the faith of the border. It could be said that in the future, Zhang Xiaoyao only needed to say a word. These gatekeepers were absolutely willing to fight for Zhang Xiaoyao. This was what the people wanted. Zhang Xiaoyao and the others left the original imperial city. They followed the final ancient road back to the Nine Heavens immortal realm. Looking at the ancient road along the way, even Zhang Xiaoyao felt emotional. Although it had only been less than 10 years. It felt extremely long. And he had just stepped on the ancient road. With Zhang Xiaoyao's current strength, he was more than enough to become a saint ancestor. With the cultivation of a supreme, he was enough to be the patriarch of a force. The problem was that Zhang Xiaoyao was only in his 30s. In the thousands of years of cultivators, 30 years old could no longer be described as young. Zhang Xiaoyao and the others walked through the ancient road along the teleportation array. Among them, when they passed by the Desolate Star and the Noga clan's planet, Zhang Xiaoyao took a look. He found that the desolate ancient sacred palace and the Noga clan were no longer there. They must have been brought back to the Huangtian immortal realm by the emperor's court. However, this was also good. Zhang Xiaoyao would definitely return to the Huangtian immortal realm to see his old friends. It didn't take long for Zhang Xiaoyao and the others to arrive at the immortal realm. The Nine Heavens Immortal Academy was also located in the Nine Heavens Immortal Realm, but it was not in any of the realms. Instead, it was located on an immortal island. Brother Xiaoyao, where are you going now? Jiang Luoli asked. Most of them were disciples of the Immortal Academy, so many of them should be returning to the Immortal Academy directly. Of course, there might be some who wanted to return to the Huangtian Immortal Realm first. You all can leave first. I still have something to do. I will go to the Nine Heavens Immortal Academy later, Zhang Xiaoyao said. Hearing this, everyone present nodded slightly. Those who went to the Immortal Academy went to the Immortal Academy, and those who returned to the Immortal Realm went to the Immortal Realm. Xiaoyao, you, Luo Xiangling looked at Zhang Xiaoyao. She didn't want to be separated from Zhang Xiaoyao. Previously, in the foreign realm, she was the Luo King and had the Ars Academy as her shelter. But now, she was alone in the immortal realm. She had no relatives and no power. It could be said that she was a stranger. The only one she had was Zhang Xiaoyao. You can go to the Immortal Academy first. The Immortal Academy is similar to the Ars Academy. Of course, if you want to go to the Zhang family in the future, I can take you there later. The place Zhang Xiaoyao was going to now was not suitable for Luo Xiangling. Hearing Zhang Xiaoyao's words, Luo Xiangling's face turned slightly red. Was he going to meet the parents? She nodded her head slightly, but still agreed. Jiang Luoli and the other girls just looked on jealously. They knew that the beautiful woman in front of them was like a lotus flower emerging from the water. She was a quasi-emperor powerhouse that couldn't be provoked. Even if Jiang Luoli was jealous, she didn't dare to do anything out of line to Luo Xiangling. Zhang Xiaoyao stepped on the azure sky rock and tore through the sky. However, not long after, Zhang Xiaoyao suddenly stopped and shook his head helplessly. Why are you following me again? Behind him, Linglong's beautiful figure appeared. It was Jiang Luoli who was secretly following behind. I know where big brother Xiaoyao is going. Jiang Luoli had bright eyes and white teeth, and there was a wisp of light on her snow-white forehead. She was also a little clever. Where? Zhang Xiaoyao asked. You're going to the Jade Lake Sacred Ground to find Sister Shengyi, right? That's why you don't dare to bring that beautiful auntie with you, Jiang Luoli said playfully. What auntie? Zhang Xiaoyao reached out and knocked Jiang Luoli's little head. Big brother Xiaoyao, you're casting a net to catch fish. When I see Sister Shengyi later, I'm going to complain. Jiang Luoli held her forehead and harumphed. Since Jun Xiaoyaro returned, she had regained her liveliness, as if she had been reborn. She could only regain her naive and playful personality when she was with Jun Xiaoyaro. Jun Xiaoyaro smiled faintly when he saw that. It felt like an old father spoiling his daughter. Jun Xiaoyaro brought Jiang Luoli to the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground was located in the All-Heaven Immortal Realm of the Nine Heavens Immortal Realm. A long time ago, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground was a reputable immortal faction in the Nine Heavens Immortal Realm. During the era of the Queen Mother of the West, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground's reputation reached its peak. However, after the death of the Queen Mother of the West, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground experienced a few calamities. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground had also declined and was no longer as strong as before. Even so, its reputation still remained. It was still a reputable faction in the All-Heaven Immortal Realm. A few days later, Jun Xiaoyaro and Jiang Luoli arrived in the All-Heaven Immortal Realm. The place was peaceful as usual. Everything was in harmony. Even though the desolate borderland was full of battles, it did not affect the Nine Heavens Immortal Realm. As for the news about the border, including Jun Xiaoyao's appearance and how he had killed the ultimate calamity, etc. Even though the news had spread to the Nine Heavens Immortal Realm, it did not spread widely. Besides, many factions did not want the news to spread. They purposely delayed the news to prevent the Jun clan's reputation from spreading further. As such, not many people in the All-Heaven Immortal Realm knew about the situation at the border. Jun Xiaoyaro and Jiang Luoli landed in a human town. Fufeng of Gojosian withdrew his aura to avoid alerting anyone. He could easily find the location of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground by asking around. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyaro heard a lot of conversations in the town. I wonder how long the Jade Lake Sacred Ground can last. That's right. Even the entrance has been blocked. To think that a dignified sacred ground would end up in such a state. How pitiful. Aren't those creatures a little too full of themselves? Do they really dare to bully the Jade Lake? Aren't they afraid of the saintess of the Jade Lake, the goddess of the Jiang clan? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered when he heard the conversation. Was the Jade Lake Sacred Ground in trouble? Chapter 1130. Many cultivators were discussing the incident at the Jade Lake Sacred Ground in the inns and tea houses in the town. It was the biggest incident in the All-Heaven Immortal Realm in recent times. Speaking of which, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground used to be so prosperous. It was the strongest faction in the All-Heaven Immortal Realm during the reign of the Queen Mother of the West. Yet, it's so lonely now. Someone even forced them to block the entrance. I heard that the goddess of the Jiang clan is in the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Aren't those people afraid of her? Yeah, the goddess of the Jiang clan isn't relying on the Jiang clan of the Desolate Land, but the one from the Jun clan. Didn't the one from the Jun clan die a long time ago? The border was separated from the Nine Heavens Immortal Realm by the ancient Road of Ultimate and the Emperor Road. As such, it would take some time for the news to reach the Nine Heavens Immortal Realm. The people of the All-Heaven Immortal Realm had no idea what was happening at the border. They had no idea what was going on with Jun Xiaoyaro. As these cultivators were talking, a man and a woman silently stood behind them at an unknown time. What happened at the Jade Lake Sacred Ground? An indifferent voice rang out, causing some of the cultivators present to quiver. They turned around and saw a beautiful girl with a delicate face. There was also a handsome man in a white robe. The cultivators were dumbfounded, but they still spoke up. Young Master, the Immortal Faction, the Sacred Spirit Island, has visited the Jade Lake Sacred Ground recently. It seems like they are asking for something from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Even though the Jade Lake Sacred Ground was once glorious, it has fallen into decline. Jun Xiaoyaro said calmly, the Sacred Spirit Island, huh? What do they want? I'm not sure, but it seems like it's related to the goddess of the Jiang clan. As soon as the cultivator finished his sentence, in an instant, he felt the temperature of the surroundings plummet. The cultivators could not help but shiver. When they turned around, they found that the man and woman had already left silently. This inexplicable scene left many cultivators dumbfounded. "I bet they are just some experts who are here to watch the show," many cultivators shook their heads. It went without saying that there would be some spectators since something so serious had happened at the Jade Lake sacred ground. There were even some forces that were waiting for the Holy Spirit Island to clash with the Jade Lake sacred ground before they could take a share of the loot. That's not right." Suddenly, one of the cultivators seemed to be lost in thought. The other cultivators glanced at that cultivator. "Why do I feel like I've seen him somewhere before?" This young cultivator was a sky pride of a major force and had once walked the Emperor Road. Hiss! Suddenly, the young cultivator seemed to have thought of something and sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes were filled with unprecedented shock and astonishment. "What's wrong? Why do you look like you're making a fuss?" "The Son of God of the Jun family." The young cultivator screamed as if he had seen a ghost. Then, he got up and left. He wanted to go to the Jade Lake Holy Land to take a look. As soon as he said that, all the other cultivators were stunned. "How is that possible? Isn't the Jun family's Son of God?" A cultivator smiled and was about to say something. Then, she remembered that the handsome man in white just now was indeed exactly the same as the rumored divine child of the Jun family, no matter how she looked at him. Suddenly, countless cultivators in the entire city rose into the air and turned into streams of light, flying toward the Jade Lake sacred ground. Something big was about to happen today. The return of the Jun family's Son of God was definitely more shocking than what had happened at the Jade Lake and the Holy Spirit Island. In the void, Jun Xiaoyaro and Jiang Luoli stood on the azure sky rock and flew through the void. The Holy Spirit Island has gone too far. Even if the Jade Lake sacred ground has declined, Sister Shengyi is still the divine lady of the Jiang family. Jiang Luoli ground her teeth in anger. The Jiang family kept a low profile and was not as powerful as the Jun family, who could even compete with the Xianting. However, they were still a family of the clan of the ancients. They had a strong foundation and were one of the 3 imperial families of the clan of the ancients. The Holy Spirit Island's actions showed that they did not take the Jiang family seriously. Not to mention, who was Jiang Shengyi's subordinate? She was Jun Xiaoyao's woman. The news of Jun Xiaoyao's return had not yet spread in the all-heaven celestial realm. But at least Jiang Shengyi was related to the Jun family. "I think I know what the Holy Spirit Island wants from Sister Shengyi." Jun Xiaoyaro smiled coldly. He remembered that on the ancient roads buried Emperor Star, Jiang Shengyi had obtained the inheritance of the Queen Mother of the West. One of the treasures was the 9-orifice stone embryo. Rumor had it that it was a sacred spirit embryo, which might give birth to an invincible sacred spirit in the future. However, the Holy Spirit Island is indeed a little too bold. In that case, let's use the Holy Spirit Island to establish our dominance. Jun Xiaoyaro sneered. He had just returned to the celestial realm, so he naturally had to do something to establish his dominance. Coincidentally, the Holy Spirit Island jumped out at this time, which was undoubtedly Jun Xiaoyao's aim. The Jade Lake sacred ground was located in a large prefecture in the all-heaven celestial realm. Looking around, there were thousands of spirit mountains, palaces, jade grass, and strange flowers everywhere. Old herbs grew in mountain streams, and spirit birds and beasts roamed freely. The silver waterfall poured down like a waterfall. This was definitely a pure land in the mortal world, an existence like a paradise. It was worthy of the name Jade Lake. But now, the pure land had fallen into chaos. At this moment, there were many cultivators gathered outside the Jade Lake sacred ground to watch the show. Many of the major forces of the all-heaven celestial realm were also there to watch the tigers fight. The Jade Lake sacred ground has gotten into big trouble this time. It seems that the Holy Spirit Island is determined to get the 9-orifice Saint Spirit embryo. A group of cultivators in golden robes stood on one side and observed the situation. They were from the vast sun sacred ground, which was also a powerful force in the all-heaven celestial realm. It's a pity that the Jade Lake has declined since the era of the Queen Mother of the West. If they hadn't made Jiang Shengyi, the goddess of the Jiang family, their situation would have been even worse. On the other side, in a great power called the Supreme Profound Sect, a sect master level figure was shaking his head slightly. That's right. Rather than saying that the Jade Lake Sacred Ground personally appointed Jiang Shengyi as the saintess, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground is actually the saintess. Or rather, it was Jiang Shengyi who helped the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Putting aside the fact that she's from the Jiang family of the ancients, don't forget who the man behind her is. An elder from one of the major forces in the all-heaven celestial domain, Qingxia Paradise, spoke with fervor and assurance. Hearing this, the experts of the Supreme Mystery Sect and the vast Sun Sacred Ground felt a chill in their hearts. Although Jun Xiaoyaro had already fallen, his influence still lingered. Relying on the relationship between the Jiang family of the ancients and Jun Xiaoyaro, Jiang Shengyi was not someone that ordinary people could provoke. Although the Holy Spirit Island is a top immortal force, it's not good to offend Jiang Shengyi like this, right? The elder from the vast Sun Sacred Ground was puzzled. Seeing this, the elder from Qingxia Paradise pretended to be mysterious and smiled. I've heard some rumors. It seems that the one who's targeting Jiang Shengyi this time is a seed-level prodigy from the Holy Spirit Island called the Little Stone Emperor. He's the son of a greater success sacred spirit from the Holy Spirit Island. Hiss, hearing the elder from Qingxia Paradise, the experts from the vast Sun Sacred Ground and the Supreme Mystery Sect couldn't help but gasp. What kind of concept was a greater success sacred spirit? It was an existence that was on par with the great emperors and the ancient emperors. Not to mention, greater success sacred spirits had the advantage of physical strength when they were at the same level. This was because they were sacred spirits who had attained the Tao through the stone embryo. Chapter 1131. Although a large success Holy Spirit was an immortal gold stone embryo. But at that level, it had already achieved a transformation in the level of life. Its physical body could change between immortal gold stone embryo and flesh at will. Therefore, it could naturally give birth to a descendant. As for the Little Stone Emperor, as a direct descendant of a large success Holy Spirit, there was no doubt about his talent and strength. He was definitely a top existence in the celestial realm. No wonder he has the guts. So he's the descendant of a large success Holy Spirit, the sect master of the Supreme Mystery Sect side. Not to mention the foundation of the Holy Spirit Island itself. Just the identity of a large success Holy Spirit's descendant alone was enough for not many people in the celestial realm to provoke the Little Stone Emperor. This way, there's a show to watch. How will the Jade Lake Sacred Land deal with it? Yes, if it weren't for Jiang Shengyi, the beings of the Holy Spirit Island would have already barged into the Jade Lake. This proves that they still have some scruples. Just as many forces in the all-heaven celestial realm were discussing. On the Jade Lake side, a large group of beings surrounded the Jade Lake's mountain gate. At a glance, there were all kinds of immortal gold stone spirits. The Holy Spirit Island was an extremely strange force. They were all holy spirits, and their strength was also quite powerful. In particular, it was rumored that there was more than one large success Holy Spirit buried in the Holy Spirit Island. There were even living fossils that had witnessed the ancient history of an era. In addition, because of the special identity of holy spirits. Therefore, they never lacked immortal gold divine materials. The Holy Spirit Island had more emperor weapons than other immortal forces. Because of all these reasons, even among the immortal forces, no one dared to provoke the Holy Spirit Island. And at this moment, among this group of beings, a beautiful woman with skin as pale as paper, extremely slender bones, and a beautiful face shouted coldly at the Jade Lake's mountain gate. Jade Lake Sacred Land, haven't you thought about it? My master's patience is limited. If you hand over the 9-aperture Holy Spirit stone embryo, we'll leave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for not giving the Jade Lake Sacred Land face. The woman who spoke was called Bone Lady. Speaking of which, she was similar to the seed of the Holy Spirit Island, the White Bone Prince. They were both holy spirits born from the fusion of immortal gold and the remains of ancient powerhouses. And the master that Bone Lady spoke of was naturally the Little Stone Emperor. She was also a follower of the Little Stone Emperor, and her strength was not weaker than an ordinary seed-level prodigy. With a seed-level prodigy as his follower, the Little Stone Emperor's talent and strength were evident. Your Holy Spirit Island is going overboard. On the Jade Lake Sacred Land side, a group of women in fluttering clothes also came out. In the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, there were only women and no men. The leader was a beautiful woman dressed in a palace robe. Back on the buried Emperor Star, it was also her who had invited Jiang Shengyi to the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. She was the great elder of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, a supreme mystique venerable. Logically speaking, this level of strength was already very high. However, the Jade Lake's great elder still had a grave expression on her face. With a sweep of her gaze, she sensed the living beings on the Holy Spirit Island. There was more than one mystique venerable rank powerhouse. Even the purple-gold sacred Chelene, who was at the end, had a restrained aura. She could not detect the cultivation level of the purple-gold sacred Chelene. This made the Jade Lake's great elder's face turn ugly. We just want to take back what belongs to our Holy Spirit Island. What's wrong with that? The Bone Lady wore a cold smile on her fair and beautiful face. With the little stone emperor supporting her, she was not afraid of anyone. What do you mean it belongs to you? The 9 Orifices sacred spirit embryo stone is something that the Jade Lake has worshipped since ancient times. Even if we give it to you, you won't be able to nurture it into a sacred spirit with self-awareness, the Jade Lake's great elder said coldly. The Jade Lake had put in a lot of effort to nurture the strange stone with all kinds of spiritual liquids and precious blood. Since when did it belong to the Holy Spirit Island? Didn't that mean all the immortal gold and godly materials in the 9 heavens immortal realm belonged to the Holy Spirit Island? The Bone Lady's expression remained unchanged. Then you don't have to worry about it. Even if it can't nurture a living being, the 9 Orifices sacred spirit embryo stone is still very useful to my master. The Bone Lady was honest. The little stone emperor needed the 9 Orifices sacred spirit embryo stone, so he had asked them to come and get it. They did not care. The 9 Orifices sacred spirit embryo stone belonged to Jiang Shengyi. Jiang Shengyi also needed the 9 Orifices sacred spirit embryo stone if he wanted to evolve his 12 Orifices immortal heart. The little stone emperor, the women of the Jade Lake were startled. Since Zhun Xiaoyao's performance in the Great Era ended, the little stone emperor, a descendant of a sacred spirit with great success, was regarded as one of the geniuses who had the best chance of becoming the main character. If he were to obtain the 9 Orifices sacred spirit embryo stone, it was hard to imagine how much the little stone emperor would evolve. We can't let the little stone emperor get the 9 Orifices sacred spirit embryo stone. At this moment, all of the people from the Jade Lake were thinking the same thing. Humph, enough with the nonsense. The Jade Lake sacred ground is no longer as glorious as it was in ancient times, nor is it the era of the Queen Mother of the West. I'm afraid there isn't a single martial monarch in the Jade Lake sacred ground. There are only boundary martial monarchs at most, and they are all in seclusion. A mystique highness sacred spirit from the Holy Spirit Island stepped forward and revealed the truth. The Jade Lake's great elder and the others were startled. It seemed that the Holy Spirit Island had secretly investigated the situation of the Jade Lake sacred ground before coming here. Enter the Jade Lake sacred ground directly, capture Jiang Shengyi, the goddess of the Jiang clan, and snatch the 9 Orifices sacred spirit embryo stone, another creature from the Holy Spirit Island said coldly. Aren't you afraid of the Jiang clan? The Jade Lake's great elder shouted. Back then, the reason they wanted Jiang Shengyi to be the Jade Lake sacred ground saint, other than the fact that she had an innate Taoist embryo stone and received the inheritance of the Queen Mother of the West. Most importantly, Jiang Shengyi's background in the Jiang clan and her relationship with Zhun Xiaoyao. The mystique highness sacred spirit from the Holy Spirit Island said coldly, so what if she's from the Jiang clan? We're not going to kill Jiang Shengyi. Moreover, the Holy Spirit Island isn't afraid of the Jiang clan. The Jiang clan's intimidation alone was not enough to make the Holy Spirit Island back down. Then don't you care about the Zhun clan? Don't you care about Zhun Xiaoyao? As soon as he said that, the entire world fell silent for a moment, a rare moment. The Zhun clan. No matter where this clan was mentioned, it was enough to make countless people fall silent. Although the Jiang clan was also an extremely powerful clan of the ancients, in everyone's eyes, there was still a gap between them and the Zhun clan. The Zhun clan, with the strength of a single clan, was on par with the Xian Ting, making the foreign lands wary. Jun Xiaoyaro, on the other hand, was a name that used to be incomparably glorious. However, after a short moment of dead silence, the Bone Lady said coldly, Jun Xiaoyaro, huh? A name that has already passed away. Perhaps he used to be glorious, but that was because my master was not born yet. If my master was born earlier, how could he have Jun Xiaoyao's reputation of being invincible? The Bone Girl worshipped her master, the Little Stone Emperor, to the core. At this moment, a heavenly voice that contained an incomparably cold murderous intent slowly rang out like the sound of nature. Do you have the guts to say that again? Under countless gazes, a beautiful figure with hair as white as snow stepped out from the depths of the Jade Lake sacred ground. Jiang Shengyi. Chapter 1132. In the depths of the Jade Pool, there was a dense immortal mist and thousands of rays of light. A pitilessly beautiful woman in a fluttering snow-white robe slowly stepped out. Her hair was as white as snow, and her skin was as smooth as jade. She was pitilessly beautiful, as if she had walked out of a painting. Her figure was graceful and slender, like a snow lotus from the heavenly mountain. Every inch of her skin was like the best mutton fat jade, glowing with a smooth and delicate luster. Just her appearance alone was difficult to describe. But the most striking thing about her wasn't her appearance, but her refined temperament that was like the glow of a new moon and a jade tree piled up with snow. She was holy and beautiful, peerless and otherworldly. The surrounding great Tao resonated, and auspicious signs descended from the sky. Countless ancient and mysterious great Tao runes automatically appeared between heaven and earth. It's the Jiang family's goddess, who is also the current Jade Pool Saintess. She has appeared. SSS. Such a shocking great Tao phenomenon. To what extent has the Jiang family's goddess cultivated the carnate Tao embryo? She obtained the Queen Mother's inheritance on the buried Emperor star. Jiang Shengyi's appearance caused an uproar among the cultivators who were watching the show. It could be said that the source of this conflict was the 9-hold sacred spirit stone embryo that Jiang Shengyi had obtained. Of course, Jiang Shengyi was not at fault. It was all Little Stone Emperor's greed. At that moment, Jiang Shengyi appeared and looked at Bone Lady. Her beautiful face was incomparably cold. Do you dare to say that again? Jiang Shengyi's state of mind would not be affected by anything, even if the Sacred Spirit Island came and forced her to hand over the 9-hold Sacred Spirit Stone embryo. However, she would not allow or tolerate anyone's contempt and nonsense toward Jun Xiaoyaro. Bone Lady trampled on Jun Xiaoyaro and praised Little Stone Emperor. She had undoubtedly touched Jiang Shengyi's reverse scale. Bone Lady was still sneering when she heard that, but there was a hint of jealousy in her eyes. Yes, Jiang Shengyi's appearance, figure, and temperament made her jealous. Although she was also very beautiful, she could not be compared to Jiang Shengyi. No, there was no comparison at all. What? Am I wrong? My master is the son of a great success sacred spirit. He is destined to be a king the moment he is born. Jun Xiaoyao. He has become a thing of the past. His glory. As Bone Lady's voice. In an instant, they were overwhelmed with shock. Unknowingly, Jiang Shengyi had already passed through the void and appeared in front of her as if she had shrunk the ground. Slap. A resounding slap landed on Bone Lady's face. Slap. 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 A series of slaps. Everyone was dumbfounded. They did not expect such a thing to happen. Finally, there was a loud smack. Bone Lady's head was slapped off. A mystique venerable rank Holy Spirit tried to stop him. However, 2 more figures appeared on the Jade Lake side. They were Jiang Shengyi's master, Yu Qingning, and the current Jade Lake sacred leader. The Jade Lake sacred leader was dressed in a white robe. She pushed the mystique venerable sacred spirit back. Chaos Tao Lord, the mystique venerable sacred spirit who was pushed back had a serious look in his eyes. On the other side, Jiang Shengyi had safely returned to Jade Lake's camp. Her snow-white robe fluttered in the wind. Her skin was fair, and she looked otherworldly. No one could tell that she had just slapped someone. Bone Lady was furious. Her head flew back on its own and landed on her neck. She was a sacred spirit formed by combining immortal metal and bones, so it did not matter if her head fell off. However, this was an absolute humiliation to her. Her beautiful face was almost disfigured. It was covered in cracks. Sacred spirits had strong recovery abilities. Bone Lady activated the divine power in her body, trying to recover. However, she realized that she could not heal. The injury on her face was not an ordinary injury. It was a great Tao injury. In other words, this was a disfigurement of the natural order. It was almost impossible to heal. Jiang Shengyi, what did you do to me? Bone Lady's face, which was already disfigured, became even more distorted. She was Little Stone Emperor's follower. She was also a high and mighty seed-level prodigy. Now, her face had been disfigured in front of everyone. Even her head had been slapped away. This drove her crazy. This is the price for speaking rudely. Xiao Yarou is not someone you have the right to judge. Jiang Shengyi's thick eyelashes drooped, but her tone was unquestionable. She had been in closed-door cultivation. Yu Qingning, the Jade Lake sacred leader, and the others did not tell Jiang Shengyi about Jun Xiaoyao. However, Jiang Shengyi could vaguely sense it. However, she would not believe it. She would not believe that Jun Xiaoyao would die just like that. He's just a dead man. Bone Lady's face was distorted. Jiang Shengyi looked at Bone Lady. Her eyes were extremely cold. It was as if there was a snowstorm between her brows. Bone Lady instantly woke up and shuddered. She felt that she was on the verge of death. You're just an ant in my eyes. I didn't kill you because I want you to know how stupid and ignorant your so-called master is. Even Jiang Shengyi would not back down when facing Little Stone Emperor, let alone Jun Xiaoyao. Upon hearing this, many of the spectating cultivators took a deep breath. Is the current goddess of the Jiang family so powerful that she can treat seed-level prodigies like ants? But she's really beautiful and valiant. Such a domineering beauty. I love her. The Jade Lake sacred leader, who was dressed in a white robe, stepped out and said coldly, "You can still leave now. This farce should end." End. Impossible. Bone Lady's voice was sharp and filled with hatred. This was the mission given to them by Little Stone Emperor. How could they leave without accomplishing anything? At that moment, the purple gold sacred Chelene stepped out from the group of Sacred Spirit Island cultivators. Its entire body was shining with purple divine light. It was extremely dazzling, and its immortal light was overflowing. Divine mark purple gold. Seeing the purple gold sacred Chelene, the vast sun sacred ground, supreme mystery sect, and Qingxia grotto heaven cultivators breathing quickened. The entire purple gold sacred Chelene was made of divine mark purple gold. This was a sacred spirit that had evolved from divine mark purple gold. Its aura was even more shocking. It had reached the perfected Tao sovereign level and was only one step away from becoming a quasi-emperor. This purple gold Saint Chelene seems to be the Little Stone Emperor's father, the Saint Spirit Beast of the Saint Spirit Island. Companion sacred spirit beasts were sacred spirits that were born beside the most powerful sacred spirit stone embryos. After being nourished by the sacred spirit stone for a long time, their talent and strength were definitely not weak. Hand over the 9-hold sacred spirit stone embryo. Otherwise, the Jade Lake sacred ground will be turned upside down today. The purple gold sacred Chelene's tone was extremely cold. It had followed a sacred spirit for a long time and had already developed a high and mighty personality. This time, it had personally come to obtain the 9-hold sacred spirit stone embryo for its young master, Little Stone Emperor. The purple gold sacred Chelene exuded an extremely powerful aura. It was only one step away from becoming a quasi-emperor. The Jade Lake sacred leader's expression was a little ugly. Although they were both chaotic Tao sovereigns, the purple gold sacred Chelene was obviously more powerful than her. Not to mention that holy spirits had an advantage over humans of the same cultivation level. As for Yu Qingning, although she was once the Jade Lake Sacred Grounds sect master, she had just reconstructed her body and her strength was far from her peak. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground also had a quasi-emperor, but he was also in seclusion. If they were to awaken him, they would have to pay a certain price. It could be said that the Jade Lake Sacred Ground had really been forced into a dead end by the Sacred Spirit Island. At this moment, Jiang Shengyi stepped out lightly. Her beautiful face was as calm as water. Master, sacred leader, this matter started because of Shengyi. Let me settle it alone. How can you do that? The Jade Lake sacred leader, first elder, and the others all spoke up to stop her. The Jade Lake was already lucky to be able to recruit Jiang Shengyi. How could they let her face all this? Jiang Shengyi shook her head slightly. Her eyes were as calm as still water. She stepped forward and said, I will never hand over the 9-orifice stone embryo. If you want it, come and get it. Jiang Shengyi was not afraid at all, even in the face of a supreme expert like the purple gold sacred Qilin. Are you trying to use the Jiang family to pressure us? The purple gold sacred Qilin said coldly. Jiang Shengyi was only relying on the Jiang family. Let me do it. On the sacred spirit island side, a lesser heavenly venerate sacred spirit stepped forward. Its entire body was as bright as silver. It was a sacred spirit transformed from a piece of deep-sea heavy silver. This lesser heavenly venerate sacred spirit directly attacked Jiang Shengyi. Chmph, let's see how you struggle this time. The bone lady's face twisted with satisfaction. She could not defeat Jiang Shengyi, but that did not mean that no one could subdue her. Jiang Shengyi's eyebrows were piercingly cold. Her hair danced in the wind like a furious fairy. However, at that moment a terrifying hand of laws suddenly appeared in the sky. It was entwined with a thick chaotic aura. It was as if the sky was collapsing as it pressed down on the lesser heavenly venerate sacred spirit. With a loud bang, the earth split apart. The lesser heavenly venerate sacred spirit was directly smashed into the ground. No one knew if it was dead or alive. Sacred Spirit Island, do you want to be exterminated? An extremely cold and indifferent voice resounded throughout the area. Many people were still in a daze. Jiang Shengyi's delicate body suddenly trembled when she heard this voice. Her usual holiness and aloofness were gone. Tears welled up in her eyes. No matter how much time had passed, she could always recognize this voice immediately. Chapter 1133. Regardless of whether it was the cultivators from the vast sun sacred ground, the Supreme Mystery Sect, or Qingxia Grotto Heaven. They were all from the Sacred Spirit Island. All of them were in a state of shock. A lesser heavenly venerable was defeated with a single palm strike. What was even more shocking was the voice that came from there. It asked if the Sacred Spirit Island wanted to be exterminated. This was simply shocking and unbelievable. The Sacred Spirit Island was a top immortal force. Even ordinary clan of the ancients, supreme clans, and immortal dynasties did not dare to provoke the Sacred Spirit Island. This was no longer domineering. It was simply insufferably arrogant and did not take the Sacred Spirit Island, a top force, seriously at all. The purple gold sacred Qilin's eyes were cold as it looked into the distance. Which senior dares to speak so arrogantly? The bone lady also spoke with a frown. In her opinion, to be able to suppress a lesser heavenly venerable with a single palm strike, it should be at least a mystique venerable. Suddenly, a huge shadow was cast down from the sky. It was like a supreme giant hand, blocking out the light of the sky. Everyone looked over in shock. They suddenly realized that it was just a pair of wings. Its wings were like clouds that covered the sky, covering the light. Is that a great rock? Many people were surprised and doubtful. No, there's someone standing on it. The sect master of the Supreme Mystery Sect said. A man and a woman stood on the head of the great rock like a pair of immortals. Radiance surged, and chaotic mist filled the air. That person is, at this moment, everyone's eyes widened. The Jade Lake Sacred Grounds Grand Elder, Yu Qingning, and the others were even more shocked. Am I seeing things? Is that Zhen Xiaoyao? The Jade Lake Grand Elder was shocked. When she received Jiang Shengyi on the buried Emperor Star, she had seen Zhen Xiaoyao. At that moment, the figure standing on the head of the azure sky rock, looking like a deity in white robes, was none other than Zhen Xiaoyao. What? It's the son of God of the Zhen family. How is this possible? Didn't the son of God of the Zhen family die in the world of divine ruins? He's still alive. Countless voices rang out. They were filled with shock and shock. They simply couldn't believe it. Zhen Xiaoyao? How is this possible? The bone lady froze on the spot as if she had been struck by lightning. She had even said that Jun Xiaoyaro had fallen and that his glory days were long gone. But now, Jun Xiaoyaro had appeared in front of them alive and well. If not for the fact that everyone saw it, Bone Lady would have thought that she was hallucinating. But more importantly, it was a different story. What was Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation level now? He was actually able to knock down a junior Empyrean powerhouse with a single palm? The Bone Lady girl's mind Jun Xiaoyaro completely ignored the countless shocked and astonished gazes. At this moment, there was only one heavens. Xiaoyaro, Jiang Xingyi's eyes were moist. She, who was usually cold in front of others, had tears in her eyes at this moment. She lady she sect she her heart she how could she Jun's? Not to mention that the long separation and longing caused Jiang Sheng's clothes to gradually become loose and he became haggard. I miss you when you look at each other, and I miss you when you look at each other. But now, the moment she saw Jun Xiaoyaro, all of the suffering, all of the loneliness, was gone. Everything was worth it. However, now was clearly not the time to reminisce. Jun Xiaoyaro turned to look at the group of living beings from the Holy Spirit Island, his eyes filled with unprecedented coldness. Holy Spirit Island, are you tired of living? Jun Xiaoyaro didn't have many reverse scales, and Jiang Xingyi happened to be one of them. These creatures wanted to force Jiang Xingyi to hand over the 9 apertures Saint Spirit Embryo Stone. This would obviously have a great impact on her path of cultivation. If Jun Xiaoyaro hadn't come, Jiang Xingyi would have been in a lot of trouble today. Jun Xiaoyao, how is this possible? Haven't you already fallen? The Bone Lady shrieked in disbelief. In her eyes, Little Stone Emperor was the top prodigy of this era. But now, seeing the powerful Jun Xiaoyaro, her faith was shaken. Jun Xiaoyao, even you don't have the right to stop the Holy Spirit Island. The mystique venerable rank creature shouted coldly. Jun Xiaoyao's arrogant and domineering tone made him very unhappy. He didn't know that the Holy Spirit Island had treated the Jade Lake sacred ground with the same attitude just now. Boom. The mystique venerable rank creature casually threw a palm at Jun Xiaoyao. He didn't know how Jun Xiaoyaro had survived and appeared here. But Jun Xiaoyaro couldn't stop them from obtaining the 9 apertures Saint Spirit Embryo Stone. Of course, he didn't want to kill Jun Xiaoyaro. He just wanted to force him to retreat. Unexpectedly, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold as he also threw a palm at him. It didn't just contain chaotic energy. Inside, there was also the power of the quasi-carnate sacred being's embryo. Jun Xiaoyaro had both the chaotic physique and the quasi-carnate sacred being's embryo. Even a supreme mystique venerable rank would not be able to easily suppress him. Boom. Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, Jun Xiaoyaro stood where he was, unmoving. The mystique venerable rank creature was stunned. He was a mystique venerable rank creature. No matter how strong Jun Xiaoyaro was, he should only be able to dominate the younger generation. Moreover, he could sense that Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation aura was only at the honorable rank. He wasn't the only one. Everyone present was stunned. What's the cultivation level of the Jun family's son of God? How could he block a mystique venerable rank attack so effortlessly? How old is he? How can he fight a mystique venerable rank? The cultivators from the vast Sun Sacred Ground, Supreme Mystery Sect, Qingxia Grotto, and the other all-heaven immortal domains all gasped. Jun Xiaoyao's performance was unbelievable. Xiaoyao's aura, Jiang Xingyi had an innate Taoist embryo. She keenly sensed that Jun Xiaoyaro seemed to have a power that she was familiar with. It wasn't the sacred body of the ancients. It was the innate saint body of the innate Taoist embryo. How is this possible? Bone Lady felt as if she was struck by lightning when she saw this. Even her master, the Little Stone Emperor, might not be able to do this. She recalled how she had slandered Jun Xiaoyaro before. Now, Bone Lady's face had been slapped hard. No, she had already been slapped in the face. At this moment, the purple-gold sacred Chelene stepped out and said indifferently, Jun Xiaoyao, don't try to be mysterious. Although the Jun family is strong, the Sacred Spirit Island is no pushover. Today, I must get the 9-hold Sacred Spirit Embryo Stone. A sacred spirit close to the level of a boundary emperor spoke. There was no doubt that it was intimidating, On the Jade Lake side, the Jade Lake sacred leader, Yu Qingning, and the Great Elder all looked worried. Although Zhun Xiaoyao's appearance was surprising. Now, there was a sacred spirit close to the level of a boundary emperor. If he forcefully took the 9-hold sacred spirit embryo stone, no one present could stop him. However, before Zhun Xiaoyao could say anything, the azure sky rock spoke in human language. "Who do you think you are? How dare you talk nonsense in front of my master?" With a cold shout, the azure sky rock spread its wings and unleashed its aura. Between heaven and earth, wild winds swept across and wreaked havoc in the sky. Even the void was torn apart. An incomparably violent boundary emperor aura surged out and shook the heavens and earth. Fufeng of Gojosian's aura erupted and his boundary emperor cultivation suppressed everyone present. Chapter 1134. This aura. Why do I feel that it's even more powerful than the purple gold chelin? A boundary emperor. It's a boundary emperor, the sect master of the Supreme Mystery sect exclaimed in shock. The azure sky rock under Zhun Xiaoyao's feet was actually a boundary emperor. The cultivators and factions of the Daluotian celestial realm were so shocked that their scalps went numb. A boundary emperor as a mount. This was simply unimaginable. Even the Zhun family couldn't afford to be so extravagant. It should be known that quasi-emperors were the absolute pillars of an immortal force and could be said to be in existence with a deep foundation. No boundary emperor would lower their status like this. As if sensing everyone's shocked gazes, the Fuji emperor said in order to save some face. Fufeng King explained coldly, "What is this? My master even killed the ultimate disaster of the foreign realm. That is an existence much more powerful than the great emperors. As long as my master is strong enough, I won't lose face as a mount." This was the logic of the Fufeng of Gojosian. There was nothing wrong with it. What? The ultimate calamity of the foreign realm? Even though most of the cultivators were confused, Qin Nan still had a blank expression on his face. However, they at least heard that it was an existence that was far more powerful than a great emperor. How could Zhun Xiaoyao kill an existence that was more powerful than a great emperor? As for the cultivators of the vast sun sacred ground, Supreme Mystery Sect, and Qingxia Grotto Heaven, their expressions changed drastically. As higher-ups, they knew a little about the details. What's going on? The son of God of the Zhun family killed the ultimate calamity. The minds of the cultivators of the major factions were blank. They couldn't wrap their heads around it. They didn't think that a boundary emperor would lie. On the Jade Lake side, the Jade Lake sacred leader opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. The Jade Lake's foundation was only that of a boundary emperor. As it turned out, Zhun Xiaoyao's mount was a quasi-emperor. This disparity left one speechless. A sacred ground couldn't compare to Zhun Xiaoyao alone. On the sacred Spirit Islands side, the Bone Lady was already numb from shock. Let's not talk about the ultimate calamity. With a boundary emperor as his mount, he could even block a mystique venerable one's attack. After seeing it for herself, she finally understood how foolish and laughable her previous thoughts were. As for the purple gold sacred chelin, it was no longer as arrogant and haughty as before. Its eyes were filled with bewilderment, and it spoke with a fierce expression, "You shouldn't be a member of the Zhun family. As a quasi-emperor, why would you lower yourself?" Although the purple gold sacred Kylin was at the peak of the Chaos Dao Master realm, it was only one step away from the quasi-emperor realm. However, even if it was just a single step, it was still the difference between heaven and earth. Even though it had the body of a divine spirit, it could barely fight against a quasi-emperor. However, he could only be suppressed throughout the entire process. "Cut the crap and offend my master. You have no way out." Fufeng of Gojosian was very decisive. He immediately made his move. His life was now at the mercy of Zhun Xiaoyao's whims. Therefore, when it was time to perform, it was natural to perform well and express one's loyalty. Fufeng of Gojosian finally understood. Since he could not resist, he might as well enjoy it. Moreover, after Zhun Xiaoyao killed the ultimate calamity, Fufeng of Gojosian actually felt that it would not be too embarrassing to be Zhun Xiaoyao's mount in the future. There was even a possibility that he could ascend to heaven. Fufeng of Gojosian made his move. He directly pulled the purple-gold sacred Kailin and soared into the sky to fight. This was because if they fought on the ground, the entire Jade Lake sacred ground would probably be destroyed. After all, this was a battle between quasi-emperors. Rumble. A great battle broke out in the starry sky. The rumbling sound was like the wrath of the heavens. Many large stars were shaken and were shaken down. Fufeng of Gojosian had been acting very cowardly all this time. However, that was because he was facing Jun Xiaoyaro and Jun Wuhui. How could he not be cowardly? Now that there was finally a soft persimmon to bully, the Fufeng of Gojosian naturally wanted to vent his anger. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyaro indifferently glanced at the people of the Sacred Spirit Island. The Bone Lady, who had been stubborn and sharp-tongued before, was now pale. Her originally pale face was without a trace of blood. She actually felt that even if the Little Stone Emperor was present, he would not be able to protect them. The Little Stone Emperor was already domineering enough. In order to get what he wanted, he was willing to send people to force a sacred ground into a dead end. However, Jun Xiaoyaro was even more domineering than the Little Stone Emperor. "Everyone from the Jade Lake sacred ground, are you still not going to make a move?" Jun Xiaoyaro said indifferently. But the Jade Lake Great Elder and the others were still hesitating. After all, the Sacred Spirit Island was too powerful for the Jade Lake sacred ground to provoke. "It doesn't matter. I will bear any trouble alone. I would like to see if the Sacred Spirit Island has the guts to settle the score with me." Jun Xiaoyaro waved his big sleeve in a domineering manner. This scene caused many people to click their tongues and sigh. This domineering manner had an underlying meaning. He was indeed the Son of God of the Jun family. "Since the Son of God has spoken, why should we continue to endure?" the Jade Lake sacred leader said. She was the first to make a move. The Jade Lake sacred ground had been angered by the Sacred Spirit Island for a long time. Now that Jun Xiaoyaro had spoken and had his support, the Jade Lake sacred ground did not have to worry about anything. With Jiang Xingyi's relationship, Jun Xiaoyaro would not let anything happen to the Jade Lake sacred ground. As the Jade Lake sacred leader, Yu Qingning, and the others made a move, the situation became one-sided. Without the purple-gold sacred Qilin, the Jade Lake sacred leader alone could deal with the powerful cultivators from the Sacred Spirit Island. I didn't expect that not only did he not die, but he also appeared in front of everyone in an even more glorious and shocking manner. A beautiful and slender woman stood beside Jiang Xingyi. The 9 divine halos behind her shone brightly, faintly discernible. She was the Princess Divine Silkworm of the Divine Silkworm Valley. Back on the ancient final path, Princess Divine Silkworm was also a famous 9 transformations celestial silkworm. However, after being tortured by Jun Xiaoyaro on the buried Emperor Star, she had been thrown to Jiang Xingyi as a maid. Now that she saw Jun Xiaoyaro again, Princess Divine Silkworm was undoubtedly reminded of her nightmare. "I always knew that Xiaoyaro would never disappoint." Jiang Xingyi's red lips curled up into a smile. Princess Divine Silkworm's eyes flashed when she saw this. She was a little surprised. Although Jiang Xingyi was not usually as cold as an iceberg, she was still aloof and rarely smiled. She only focused on cultivating. Only when she mentioned Jun Xiaoyaro would Jiang Xingyi's lips curl into a knowing smile. It was as if she had turned into a woman in love. However, when she saw the pitilessly handsome man standing in the sky with his white robes fluttering in the wind, Princess Divine Silkworm actually felt a little envious of Jiang Xingyi. Jiang Xingyi was peerless and 1 in 10,000. However, Jun Xiaoyaro was even more unparalleled. It was difficult for anyone to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. The two of them were indeed a perfect match. Boom! At this moment, there seemed to be a sudden clap of thunder in the sky. The purple-gold sacred Qilin fell from the sky and was severely injured. Obviously, it was still a little lacking when compared to a boundary emperor. "My lord." Bone Lady felt a chill all over her body and her eyes were filled with fear. Even the purple-gold sacred Qilin had been defeated. They were probably in danger this time. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyaro directly raised his hand and took out the myriad qi cauldron. It had 3 legs and 2 handles and was incomparably heavy. The Xianhuang Mother Qi floated up and down. Such a good material can't be wasted. Jun Xiaoyaro smiled faintly. In his eyes, the living beings on the Sacred Spirit Island had always been materials. Where could he find such a large piece of divine mark purple gold? Only the bodies of these sacred spirits could reach such a level. Therefore, in ancient times, there were also some great emperors who liked to suppress the troublemaking sacred spirits in order to obtain their bodies and refine them into emperor weapons. Of course, the sacred spirits were not to be trifled with. If they were not confident, many of them would have died. Chapter 1135. The purple gold sacred cheline was covered in cracks, and all sorts of great Tao laws were collapsing. Although it was a complete chaos Tao lord, it was still not strong enough to face a true quasi-emperor. As long as it was close to the word emperor, even if it was just a quasi-emperor, its strength was far beyond that of a 7th stage supreme. Fufeng of Gojosian was also very considerate. He only severely injured the purple gold sacred cheline but did not kill it. This was because he knew that Jun Xiaoyaro would definitely want to deal with the purple gold sacred cheline personally. At this moment, the purple gold sacred cheline was severely injured by Fufeng of Gojosian and naturally had no power to resist. Jun Xiaoyaro took out the universal qi cauldron, and a fierce suction force erupted, trying to pull the purple gold sacred cheline into it to suppress and refine it. Impossible. I am the sacred spirit beast of Lord Stone Emperor. Who dares to kill me? Who dares to destroy me? The purple gold sacred cheline roared. Its master was the Stone Emperor, a great success sacred spirit of the Sacred Spirit Island. A long time ago, it had followed the Stone Emperor and witnessed how the Stone Emperor was invincible in the universe. Even the great emperor of the human race had been torn apart by the Stone Emperor. But now, it was about to be suppressed by a junior of the human race. This was a humiliation that the purple gold sacred cheline could not accept. But now, the Stone Emperor was still in a deep sleep. It was only because of the birth of the little Stone Emperor that the purple gold sacred cheline woke up in advance to protect its young master. But who would have thought that something like this would happen? The purple gold sacred cheline struggled with all its might, trying to escape. But in the end, many green sword feathers came down from the sky and pierced the purple gold sacred cheline's body. It's your fortune to be refined by my master, Fufeng of Gojosian said coldly as he stood in the sky. Splat. The great Tao laws in the purple gold sacred cheline's body collapsed again and was finally suppressed into the universal qi cauldron. Suddenly, the universal qi cauldron flashed with brilliance. The mountains, rivers, seas, plants, insects, and fish carved on the cauldron seemed to light up. The purple gold sacred cheline itself was a large piece of rare divine mark purple gold. In addition, it had transformed into a sacred spirit and had integrated many great Tao laws into its body. Therefore, to the myriad qi cauldron, it was a great supplement, a big mouthful of delicious meat. It's not far from transforming into an actual imperial armament. Jun Xiaoyaro sensed the changes in the myriad qi cauldron. The cauldron had become even heavier. With one cauldron, it could simply crush mountains and rivers. If I were to refine the Stone Emperor too, Jun Xiaoyao inexplicably had this thought in his mind. If outsiders knew about this, they would definitely be dumbfounded. Who was the Stone Emperor? He was an invincible Holy Spirit of his generation, and he was one of the most powerful beings on the Holy Spirit Island. Even the great emperor of the human race had been slain by the Stone Emperor. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao actually wanted to refine the Stone Emperor. However, he believed that if he could really refine the Stone Emperor, his two weapons, the myriad qi cauldron and the Deluo sword embryo, should be able to become true monarch weapons. It's really been refined, that's the Holy Spirit beast of the Stone Emperor, yet it was suppressed and refined just like that. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbstruck. Then, the crowd completely exploded. Jun Xiaoyao really had no scruples. He had directly refined the Stone Emperor's Holy Spirit beast. As the saying went, even if you don't look at the monk, you have to look at the Buddha's face. Jun Xiaoyao's move was practically equivalent to slapping the Stone Emperor's face. Bone Lady was even more stunned. Her eyes widened, and she was incomparably terrified. She actually felt that this peerless white-robed man in front of her was actually even more domineering and insufferably arrogant than her master. Next, Jun Xiaoyaro raised his hand and brought out the Deluo sword embryo. He fed the myriad chi cauldron once. Naturally, he also had to feed the Deluo sword embryo. The remaining beings on the Holy Spirit Island were also all kinds of immortal materials and divine metals. Although they were not as nourishing as the purple gold sacred chelene, they could not be wasted. In Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, these were all fat leeks that could be harvested. In Jun Xiaoyao's hand, the Deluo sword embryo slashed horizontally. Almost no one below the heavenly venerable level could block Jun Xiaoyao's sword. Even a lesser heavenly venerable could not block a few moves from Jun Xiaoyao. This was the power that Jun Xiaoyao had not activated his quasi-innate sage physique Dao embryo. He had only relied on his chaotic physique. How? How is this possible? How can there be someone stronger than my master? Bone Lady stared blankly at the scene before her. Her heart was cold to the bones. The battle prowess that Jun Xiaoyao displayed could no longer be described as stunning. It was almost beyond the age limit. Then, Bone Lady suddenly shuddered. Because Jun Xiaoyao's gaze landed on her. Bone Lady was just about to say something when Jun Xiaoyao casually swept his sword across. Don't worry, you will be able to see your master soon. After that sword strike, Bone Lady lost all consciousness. Her body and soul were destroyed, and her soul returned to the outside world. Jiang Shengyi did not kill Bone Lady because he wanted her to witness the Little Stone Emperor's defeat. However, Jun Xiaoyao did not care at all. Why should he care about the opinion of an ant? Moreover, to him, anyone who dared to provoke Jiang Shengyi would be disadvantageous to her. There was only one way out, and there was no other way. Soon, the battle was over. All the living beings from the Holy Spirit Island who came to the Jade Lake sacred ground to force Jun Xiaoyao to abdicate were killed. Moreover, not only were they killed, but they were also used by Jun Xiaoyao to refine the myriad chi cauldron and the Deluo sword embryo. It could be said that even if they were dead, they would still be used. There was no waste. Jun Xiaoyao's two weapons had also taken a big step forward and were not far from being real emperor weapons. Today, I have witnessed the name of the Jun family's son of God with my own eyes. The surrounding cultivators of the all-heaven celestial domain were extremely emotional. Previously, they had only heard of Jun Xiaoyao's various deeds, but seeing it with their own eyes was still a different feeling. Jun Xiaoyao looked around. He suddenly looked at the vast sun sacred ground, supreme mystery sect, Qingxia Grotto heaven, and other major forces of the all-heaven celestial domain. The powerhouses of the three major forces were all shocked, and then they all cupped their hands at Jun Xiaoyao. Greetings, son of God. Jun Xiaoyao looked at them playfully and said, Are you just here to watch the show? The powerhouses of the three major forces felt their hearts skip a beat, and they all smiled apologetically. Of course. Although we want to help, the Sacred Spirit Island is too powerful. We don't dare to. Is that so? I thought you were waiting for the Sacred Spirit Island to break through the Jade Lake sacred ground so you could take a share of the loot. As soon as these words came out, the powerhouses of the three major forces were so scared that their legs almost gave out and they collapsed to the ground. The sect master of the Supreme Mystery sect hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Son of God, you misunderstand. How would we dare to have such thoughts? That's right, that's right. The Jade Lake sacred ground is also a major force of the all-heaven celestial domain. We have always lived in harmony and did not interfere with each other's business. The elder of the vast sun sacred ground broke out in cold sweat. In the beginning, they might have had such thoughts. However, with the arrival of Jun Xiaoyao, their thoughts had completely disappeared. What a joke. One word from Jun Xiaoyao aside, and the Jun family could easily wipe out the three forces. Even if it was just the boundary emperor by Jun Xiaoyao's side, it would be enough to make the three major forces suffer. That's good. I hope that the Jade Lake sacred ground can stand tall in the all-heaven celestial domain forever. Anyone who dares to offend us will be killed without mercy. Jun Xiaoyao's words were like the judgment of a god. All the cultivators of the all-heaven celestial domain were shocked. They knew that the Jade Lake sacred ground would not be in any danger now. Jun Xiaoyao's words were the golden rule. Unless Jun Xiaoyao died and the Jun family was destroyed. However, was that possible? Not to mention that the news of the desolate border had not reached them yet. If they knew about it, they would definitely be scared out of their wits. The Jade Lake sacred leader, the Great Elder, and the others were overjoyed. Wasn't this exactly what they wanted? Jiang Shengyi was the Jade Lake sacred ground's lucky star. He could help the Jade Lake sacred ground rise again. Jiang Shengyi also had a sweet smile on his face. The feeling of being protected by the person he loved was really good. End of chapter. Chapter 1136. The Jade Lake sacred ground regained its peace. Who would have thought that the Holy Spirit Island, which came with great momentum, would end up in such a tragedy? Not only did they die, but they were also used as materials to be refined. For the Holy Spirit Island, this was the most aggrieved way to die. And Jun Xiaoyao didn't care at all. At this moment, in his eyes, there was only that peerless beauty in snow-white robes who was incomparably beautiful. Xiaoyao, a smile appeared on Jiang Shengyi's smooth and pretty face. A smile blossomed. It was the sweetness brewed from a long time of longing. That was because she had always believed that Jun Xiaoyao would never leave without saying a word. Bai Shueri stood on one side. She was not like Jiang Luoli, who rushed to hug Jun Xiaoyao as soon as she saw him. Because compared to Jiang Luoli, her love was restrained and dedicated. As long as Jun Xiaoyao could come back, she was already very happy. However, what was completely out of Jiang Shengyi's expectations? In the next moment, Jun Xiaoyao landed in front of her and took her delicate body into his arms. Jiang Shengyi was completely stunned, and her mind went blank. She knew very well that Jun Xiaoyao had always been the cold and aloof type. Even if he had feelings in his heart, he rarely showed them, let alone take the initiative. The previous hugs and kisses were almost all initiated by Jiang Shengyi. She didn't know. What did Jun Xiaoyao see in that fragment of the future? Xiaoyao, you. Jiang Shengyi's face was crimson red, and her delicate body was numb as she softened in Jun Xiaoyao's arms. Jun Xiaoyao was silent. He just buried his head in Jiang Shengyi's jade neck and smelled the fragrance of the beauty's hair. Xiaoyao, you must have experienced a lot. Although being hugged in front of everyone, Jiang Shengyi was a little shy. However, she could sense that Jun Xiaoyao seemed to have something on his mind. She stretched out her jade-like hands and hugged Jun Xiaoyao as well. There was a trace of tenderness between her brows. At this moment, she was no longer shy or apprehensive. Jun Xiaoyao was her sweetheart. He was the person who would accompany her for the rest of her life. That was enough. Upon seeing this, Yu Qingning, the Jade Lake sacred master, and the others all smiled in relief. Even Jiang Luoli had a smile on her face at this moment. After experiencing so much, she also felt relieved. There was no need to care about all these disturbances. Jun Xiaoyao was the person she loved the most. Jiang Shengyi was also the person closest to her. She wanted them to be happy, and that was enough. Princess Divine Silkworm sighed with emotion when she saw this scene. Jiang Shengyi could give up everything for Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao could also stand by Jiang Shengyi when she needed him the most. What kind of love was this? Princess Divine Silkworm was very envious. Ahum, son of God, why don't you come to the Jade Lake? Although the Jade Lake sacred master couldn't bear to ruin this beautiful scene, she still coughed dryly. Jiang Shengyi's face was as red as fire, and she was as tender as a peach blossom. Her delicate appearance was as alluring as water. Okay. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. Compared to Jiang Shengyi, he was more casual and didn't feel embarrassed at all. The Jade Lake sacred master looked around and said, "Everyone, the show is over. Please go back." The powerhouses of the vast Sun Sacred Ground, Supreme Mystery Sect, and Qingxia Grotto Heaven cupped their fists and left. They knew that the Jade Lake was in the bag. As long as Jun Xiaoyao didn't fall, the Jade Lake wouldn't fall. Son of God, please. The Jade Lake sacred master smiled. Although she was a Dao sovereign, she was very humble in front of Jun Xiaoyao and didn't put on any airs. This. Senior, please. The Jade Lake Sacred Master also said to Fufeng of Gojosian. Fufeng of Gojosian nodded slightly and regained some of his dignity and confidence as a boundary emperor. The group entered the Jade Lake. Many female disciples of the Jade Lake appeared and looked at Jun Xiaoyaro with sparkling eyes. Is that the son of God of the Jun family? I heard that he had fallen. I didn't expect to see him again. He's so handsome. No wonder the saint is so infatuated with him. Shallow. Lord Divine Child has more than just a face, Yifu Tian said. The female disciples of the Jade Lake chatted with each other. They were a bunch of fangirls. It's all thanks to the Son of God's help this time. The Jade Lake will be hosting a banquet soon. I hope the Son of God will kindly accept it, the Jade Lake Sacred Master said. You're too kind. Jun Xiaoyaro smiled faintly. The banquet was naturally followed by a round of toasts. Jun Xiaoyaro only drank 2 cups casually. The Jade Lake Sacred Master and the others knew that Jun Xiaoyaro had an ulterior motive. He was here to find Jiang Shengyi. All right, let them gather, the Jade Lake Sacred Master said with a smile. After the banquet, Jiang Shengyi brought Jun Xiaoyaro and Jiang Luoli to the place where she was cultivating in seclusion. It was a blessed land shrouded in mystical mist. A brilliant light surged, and the shards of laws flickered as a pool appeared before Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. This was the Jade Lake Sacred Ground's most precious Jade Lake. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground had recruited Jiang Shengyi as their saintess because they wanted to take advantage of her. But to be honest, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground had done their duty to Jiang Shengyi. The best treasured place and the best resources had been given to Jiang Shengyi. This was also why Jun Xiaoyaro was willing to protect the Jade Lake. Big Sister Shengyi. There were no outsiders here. Jiang Luoli threw herself into Jiang Shengyi's arms. Like Jun Xiaoyaro, she had only seen Jiang Shengyi again after a few years. Luoli has become a great beauty. Jiang Shengyi patted Jiang Luoli's head. Her eyes were filled with love. She treated Jiang Luoli like her own sister. Jun Xiaoyaro smiled faintly as he watched the scene unfold. By the way, Big Sister Shengyi, let me tell you how powerful Big Brother Xiaoyaro is. In the desolate border, then, Jiang Luoli talked endlessly about Jun Xiaoyao's experiences in the desolate border. Jiang Luoli completely let go of herself in front of the 2 people she liked the most. The slight gap between her and Jiang Shengyi because of Jun Xiaoyaro had completely disappeared. Hearing Jiang Luoli's words, Jiang Shengyi's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. War of Emperors, Immortal Kings, and the ultimate disaster. This was not something that ordinary people could come into contact with or face. However, Jun Xiaoyaro faced it alone and succeeded in the end. Jiang Shengyi was proud. Which woman didn't want her lover to be a peerless hero? But at the same time, she also felt a trace of heartache. She had let this man face everything alone again. After chatting for a while, Jiang Luoli glanced at Jiang Shengyi and then at Jun Xiaoyaro. Big Sister Shengyi, you and Big Brother Xiaoyaro have a lot to talk about, right? You two go ahead. Jiang Luoli smiled and turned to leave. Luoli, you. Jiang Shengyi wanted to say something but stopped. It's okay. Jiang Luoli looked back and gave a big smile. She was so sensible that it made one's heart ache. Let her go. Jun Xiaoyaro smiled faintly. This girl, I haven't seen her for a few years, but she has changed so much. She is more mature and makes people feel sorry for her. Jiang Shengyi sighed slightly. Jun Xiaoyaro smiled and said, Big Sister Shengyi, you have always been thinking for me and Luo Li. When have you ever thought for yourself? When Jiang Shengyi heard this, she shook her head slightly. I'm not important. I'm happy as long as I can help you. Unfortunately, I thought I was qualified to stand by your side and help you now. But you are far ahead of me, and you are even facing the ultimate disaster alone. Jiang Shengyi's heart ached and she was still scared. She had been working so hard, training day and night, just so that she could stand by Jun Xiaoyao's side and share his burdens. She didn't want to see only Jun Xiaoyao's back in the future. Even if it really came to that, she was willing to face the endless darkness and loneliness with Jun Xiaoyao. Because real love was not just about enjoying sweet happiness together. It was also about bearing the fate of wandering around together. End of chapter. Chapter 1137. No, Sister Xingyi, you're very important. You're the only one who'll return. Zhang Xiaoyaro said in a serious tone. He reached out and gently brushed the white hair on Jiang Xingyi's forehead. Jiang Xingyi's hair was originally as black as ink. When Zhang Xiaoyaro entered the Bronze Immortal Palace in the immortal ancient world, his life tablet was even shattered. Jiang Xingyi's black hair turned white overnight. Black hair in the morning and snow in the evening. What kind of deep feeling was that? Even now, Jiang Xingyi's hair was still as white as snow. Because it was a scar left behind by a heartache, no matter how high one's cultivation was, it was difficult to recover. Looking at Jiang Xingyi's hair as white as snow, Zhang Xiaoyaro felt that he should make a promise to her. Otherwise, he would be too ashamed to face the woman in front of him. Under Zhang Xiaoyao's gentle gaze, Jiang Xingyi's long eyelashes drooped slightly. Her face was as red as the morning sun reflecting the snow, and there was a little bit of joy in her shyness. However, she was also a woman with a pure heart. She noticed that Zhang Xiaoyaro was not quite the same as usual. Xiaoyao, what's wrong? You don't seem like your usual self. Zhang Xiaoyaro was introverted and calm. Even when it came to relationships, he was very rational and even gave people a feeling that he was emotionless. But now, Zhang Xiaoyao's behavior was somewhat out of character. Jiang Xingyi naturally did not know that Zhang Xiaoyaro had seen a fragment of the future. Although it was not necessarily true, it was like a shadow shrouding Zhang Xiaoyaro. Sister Xingyi, should I make a promise to you? Zhang Xiaoyaro gently put his arm around Jiang Xingyi's slender waist and said in her ear. What? Jiang Xingyi's mind went blank as if she had lost her mind. Then, unknowingly, sparkling and translucent tears rolled down Ningxi's cheeks. Sister Xingyi, you. Zhang Xiaoyaro didn't expect Jiang Xingyi to have such a reaction. He raised his hand and wiped away the tears on Jiang Xingyi's face. No, it's just too sudden. Jiang Xingyi was wiping his tears, not knowing what to do. It was hard to imagine that in the eyes of outsiders, this woman was as cold as a fairy from the Moon Palace, a celestial being from the heavens. Why would he show such a helpless expression? However, this appearance also had the cuteness of a little girl. Sister Xingyi, for the sake of my own cultivation, I haven't given you a promise. Now I know that this is actually a kind of selfishness. Zhang Xiaoyaro finally understood. He wanted to continue on the path of cultivation. But he couldn't let her down either. Xiaoyao, what's on your mind? Jiang Xingyi was too smart. He sensed that Zhang Xiaoyaro seemed to be hiding something. Zhang Xiaoyaro shook his head slightly. Naturally, he couldn't reveal that corner of the future. To him, he wouldn't allow that kind of thing to happen. Sister Xingyi, promise me that you won't do anything stupid for me in the future, Zhang Xiaoyaro said. Jiang Xingyi smiled slightly and didn't say anything. She remembered the last test of the Queen Mother of the West when she received her inheritance. In order to save her lover, the Emperor of the Void, the Queen Mother of the West personally dug out her own 12 apertures. She asked Jiang Xingyi if he was willing to sacrifice himself for the person he loved the most. Jiang Xingyi's answer was that he was willing. It was still the same now. Looking at the silent Jiang Xingyi, Zhang Xiaoyaro was also helpless. He knew that this woman also had her own stubbornness and persistence. The only thing he could do was to prevent that from happening. Zhang Xiaoyaro and Jiang Xingyi, these two people, each hid a secret in their hearts that they couldn't let the other know. But they were the ones who were most willing to think for each other. Sister Xingyi, I owe you a grand wedding, Zhang Xiaoyaro said sincerely. Jiang Xingyi's eyes were moist, and her curled eyelashes were also glistening with tears. She was overjoyed. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. But she endured the tearing pain in her heart and said, Xiaoyao, I know that you want to give me a promise, but you still have a long way to go. If you have worries in your heart, how can you embark on that supreme path? For you, I'm willing to wait. For a woman, the most affectionate confession was that she was willing to wait for him. Jiang Xingyi knew that Zhang Xiaoyaro had monstrous talent that surpassed all heroes of the past and present. He still had a long way to go. Marriage at an early age was just a fetter. As long as Jun Xiaoyaro had this kind of heart, she was content. Looking at the incomparably gentle and considerate Jiang Xingyi, Jun Xiaoyaro really didn't know what to say. He was indifferent. He had seen countless goddesses and concubines, but very few women could truly hold his heart. But Jiang Xingyi did. Why don't we take a step back and find a time to get engaged in the future? Jun Xiaoyaro said. No matter what, he had to make a promise. Jiang Xingyi's beautiful eyes were hazy. Her snow-white face was like a pear blossom in the rain. Those were tears of happiness. She hugged Jun Xiaoyaro and leaned her head on his chest. By the way, Luo Li, Jiang Xingyi said. Luo Li, she. Jun Xiaoyaro didn't know what to say. It was impossible to say that he didn't have any feelings for Jiang Luoli, who had short legs. However, this was his promise to Jiang Xingyi. He really couldn't bring himself to say it out loud and enjoy the happiness of having two wives. Actually, seriously speaking, I'm the latecomer. At your 10-years-old banquet, Luo Li was the first to say that she wanted to be your wife. It's been so many years. You can't let that girl down. At this point, Jiang Xingyi also felt a little embarrassed. After all, she was the latecomer. She had waited for Jun Xiaoyaro for so many years. Jiang Luoli had also waited for so many years. Jiang Luoli's love for Jun Xiaoyaro was no less than Jiang Xingyi's. But Jun Xiaoyaro wanted to say something, but stopped. Xiaoyao, you're very outstanding. You're so outstanding that I feel a little uneasy. I wonder if I'm not good enough for you. Sister Xingyi, you're too silly. Jun Xiaoyaro hugged Jiang Xingyi tightly. There was actually such a gentle and intellectual woman in the world. It was indeed a blessing for him to have her. Besides, I treat Luo Li like my own sister. I can see her infatuation and sincerity for you. If I want to have you all to myself and break Luo Li's heart, I can't do it, Jiang Xingyi said. If it were another woman, Jiang Xingyi didn't know how she would react. But when it came to Jiang Luoli, she only felt guilty and distressed. That's good. Jun Xiaoyaro nodded slightly. Since Jiang Xingyi had agreed, there was no need for him to be timid. That wasn't his style. Call Luo Li in, Jiang Xingyi said. Soon, Jiang Luoli was called in. Her fair and pretty face was filled with bewilderment. Luo Li, are you willing to be with me and Xiaoyaro? Jiang Xingyi asked gently. Jun Xiaoyaro also said, after that, I want to make you a promise, an engagement promise. Hearing Jiang Xingyi and Jun Xiaoyao's words, Jiang Luoli's delicate body trembled, and she couldn't help but burst into tears. God knew how long she had been waiting for this moment. Since Jun Xiaoyao's 10-years-old banquet, she had been clamoring to be Jun Xiaoyao's wife. But now, after so many years, she had finally dreamed of it. She looked at Jiang Xingyi with teary eyes. She knew that if Jiang Xingyi didn't agree, it would be difficult to settle this matter. Sister Xingyi, it's you, isn't it? Jiang Luoli said with a sobbing tone. Previously, because of Jun Xiaoyaro, she had developed some estrangement with Jiang Xingyi, and even a little jealousy. But Jiang Xingyi didn't care at all. Instead, she was very considerate of her little willfulness. Jiang Luoli immediately threw herself into Jiang Xingyi's arms, completely venting her emotions. Sister Xingyi, how can you be so gentle? If I were a man, I would definitely marry you. Jiang Luoli was so happy that she cried. Silly Jiang Luoli. Jiang Xingyi touched Jiang Luoli's little head lovingly. Ahem, why do I feel like I'm unnecessary? Jun Xiaoyaro, who was standing at the side, coughed dryly. Brother Xiaoyaro is also Luo Li's most beloved person. Jiang Luoli turned and threw herself into Jun Xiaoyao's arms. Jiang Xingyi also smiled and leaned on Jun Xiaoyao's shoulder. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's heart was full. No matter what happened in the future, even if the world was in chaos, the world was in turmoil, and the era was changing. He also wanted to protect the people he loved with his own hands. This was a man's promise. Chapter 1138. Jiang Xingyi and Jiang Luoli were both beautiful women. And they had completely different personalities and temperaments. One was a peerless beauty. The other was incomparably beautiful. The other was gentle and intellectual. The other was lively and quick-witted. The other was as beautiful as a fairy banished from the moon. The other was as beautiful and innocent as a fairy. The other was as cold as the moonlight. The other was as passionate and lively as Ju Shomol. It could be said that any one of these two was a fate that countless men couldn't hope to have in 3 lifetimes. But Jun Xiaoyao had it all to himself. This was indeed a kind of luck. Xiaoyao, I'm so happy that I even feel like this is just a dream. If it's true, then I hope that I'll never wake up from this dream. There were tears in Jiang Xingyi's smile. Her tear-stained appearance was even more moving and pitiful. Jun Xiaoyao didn't hesitate. He lowered his head and kissed Jiang Xingyi's soft red lips. Jiang Xingyi's lips were suddenly blocked. Joy, shyness, happiness, all kinds of emotions were brewing in her heart. After a long time, their lips parted. Xiaoyao, Luo Li is still here, Jiang Xingyi pouted coquettishly, but there was also a kind of seductive charm. At this time, Jun Xiaoyao immediately noticed an extremely resentful little gaze. Jiang Luoli leaned in Jun Xiaoyao's arms. Her pair of watery bright eyes looked delicate and pitiful. Brother Xiaoyao, I want it too. Jiang Luoli took the initiative to close her eyes. Her pink and pouty lips were as tempting as peach petals. Such a childish and seductive loli took the initiative to ask for a kiss. There was probably no man who could resist this temptation. Jun Xiaoyao smiled and kissed Jiang Luoli. Jiang Luoli revealed a sweet and silly smile. Xiaoyao, what are your plans next? Jiang Xingyi asked softly. Although the land of warmth and tenderness was very comfortable. But Jun Xiaoyao couldn't stay here forever. I'll go to the Jiutian Immortal Academy later, but before that, I need to go back to the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao said. He returned to the Jun family to see his relatives and make some arrangements. He also needed to investigate the Grey clan. I also want to go back to see my mother, Jiang Luoli said. Even before the engagement ceremony started, Jiang Luoli had already started calling Jiang Ru Niang. Okay, I'll take you back with me. Sister Xingyi, are you coming with us? Jun Xiaoyao looked at Jiang Xingyi. Jiang Xingyi felt a little awkward. Although it was normal for a man to bring his wife home to meet his parents. But the problem was, Jiang Ru was Jiang Xingyi's distant cousin. Although they weren't closely related by blood, they were still reputable. With this relationship, it would indeed be a little awkward if he really had to call her mother when they met. Jun Xiaoyao seemed to have noticed Jiang Xingyi's awkwardness and smiled. Sister Xingyi, you don't have to care about such trivial things. Although Jiang Xingyi was his aunt, it was just a title. The two of them weren't really related by blood. Besides, in this world, some families would even deliberately let cousins marry in order to maintain the purity of their bloodline. Therefore, it wasn't a big deal. At most, he would be ridiculed. An ugly daughter-in-law will have to meet her in-laws eventually, Jun Xiaoyao said with a smile. Jiang Xingyi rolled her eyes at Jun Xiaoyao charmingly. Am I ugly? It's just a joke. If Sister Xingyi is ugly, how can other women live in the world? Jun Xiaoyao was full of desire to live. A few days later, Jun Xiaoyao also left the Jade Lake Sacred Ground with Jiang Xingyi and Jiang Luoli. However, Jiang Xingyi still had to return to the Jade Lake Sacred Ground after going to the Huangtian Mystic Realm. This was because she hadn't completely refined the 9 apertures sacred spirit stone embryo. Now, she had already cultivated the 9 apertures Linglong's heart of path. She wasn't far from the 12 apertures immortal heart. Jiang Xingyi vaguely had a feeling that she had to cultivate the 12 apertures immortal heart. Yu Qingning and the Jade Lake sacred leader sighed as they watched Jun Xiaoyao and the others leave. Heroes emerge from the young. I didn't expect the son of God of the Jun family to be so monstrous. He saved the mystic realm by himself. I've found a good partner. Yu Qingning sighed and was happy for her disciple. They had also heard some news in the past few days. They didn't expect Jun Xiaoyao to do such a big thing. However, I don't know why, but I feel uneasy, the Jade Lake sacred leader said with a frown. Oh, why? Yu Qingning asked. I see the Queen Mother of the West's shadow in Jiang Xingyi, the Jade Lake sacred leader said. Yu Qingning was startled. Then, she said, I don't think so. The disaster of the foreign realm has just been quelled. What kind of disaster would there be? I just hope I'm overthinking it. The Jade Lake sacred leader shook her head. Jun Xiaoyao, Jiang Xingyi, and Jiang Luoli rode on the azure sky rock and returned to the Huangtian mystic realm. What happened at the Jade Lake had spread like wildfire. Jun Xiaoyao returned to the Nine Heavens mystic realm and wiped out all the living beings on the sacred spirit island. Even the sacred spirit beast that accompanied the Stone Emperor, the purple-gold sacred Qilin, was refined by Jun Xiaoyao himself. This display of power shocked the entire mystic realm. Jun Xiaoyao had achieved his goal. On the other side, in a small void world that had been opened up by an utmost powerful being, Lin Fan's heart was beating rapidly. An enormous island the size of a continent floated in the air. There were all kinds of immortal gold shining brightly on it. There were thousands of Tao laws and dense spiritual qi. This was the headquarters of the immortal force, the sacred spirit island. At this moment, in an ancient cave deep inside the sacred spirit island, a majestic figure in stone armor sat with his legs crossed. The stone armor was extremely simple. It was even a little tattered. It had an ancient aura. The figure was a very young man. His muscles were bulging like they were made of metal. His skin was very strange. It was grayish-white like a rock, but it had an immortal and indestructible aura. He was the little stone emperor of the sacred spirit island, a young sacred spirit whose name shook the entire mystic realm. His father was a sacred spirit who had once swept across the mystic realm. He was the invincible stone emperor born from the immortal stone embryo. As the direct descendant of the stone emperor, the little stone emperor had inherited some of his father's talents. His body also emitted an immortal and indestructible aura. It was the power of the immortal stone embryo. It was because of this that the little stone emperor wanted to obtain Jiang Xingyi's nine-hold sacred spirit stone embryo. If he could fuse with it, his monstrous talent would be pushed to another peak. He might even reach a certain level of perfection. At this moment, a figure appeared. It was a seed-level figure of the sacred spirit island and one of the little stone emperor's followers. My lord, Bone Lady, the seed-level prodigy wanted to say something but stopped. His expression was not very good. Speak, the little stone emperor said indifferently. The nine-hold sacred spirit stone embryo was not retrieved. Bone Lady and the others have all died. Even Lord Purple Gold Sacred Qilin has died. What? A terrifying grey light shot out of the little stone emperor's eyes. It was a powerful petrifying demonic light. Not only that, but they have all been refined, the seed-level prodigy said in a deep voice. Boom! The little stone emperor's aura erupted. The entire cave rumbled and trembled. Dust rustled and fell. Speak clearly. How can a mere Jade Lake sacred ground do such a thing? The little stone emperor said coldly. Next, the follower told the little stone emperor everything that had happened at the Jade Lake sacred ground. After listening, the little stone emperor fell silent. His face was as cold as an eternal abyss. Chapter 1139. This wasn't the first time little stone emperor had heard of Jun Xiaoyao's name. He had been sealed by his father, the stone emperor, and had only awakened from the immortal source in this golden age. After awakening, the name he had heard the most was Jun Xiaoyao. To be honest, little stone emperor didn't think much of it. In his opinion, if he had awakened earlier, how could he have the reputation of being invincible among the younger generation like Jun Xiaoyao? Jun Xiaoyao, what a Jun Xiaoyao! He's quite bold. Not only did he kill my follower, but he even killed senior sacred Qilin. If only Bone Lady had been killed, that would be fine. However, even the purple gold sacred Qilin had died. That was his father, the Stone Emperor's sacred spirit beast. Even if they didn't give face to the monk, they still had to give face to the Buddha. Not many people dared to touch the purple gold sacred Qilin. The only explanation was that Jun Xiaoyao didn't care about the Stone Emperor at all. However, that was indeed the case. Jun Xiaoyao was already thinking about how to refine the Stone Emperor. That Jun Xiaoyao is really despicable. He actually refined them all. The follower's expression was also very ugly. For the sacred spirit tribe, the biggest taboo was undoubtedly being treated as a resource. If anyone dared to use the sacred spirit tribe as a material to forge weapons, they would be angered by the sacred spirit tribe. However, is the news about Jun Xiaoyaro in the desolate border true? Little Stone Emperor asked. That is indeed true, the follower replied. There was a hint of seriousness in Little Stone Emperor's eyes. Although he was arrogant and domineering, he wasn't a fool. He could despise Jun Xiaoyaro verbally, but he couldn't really treat Jun Xiaoyaro as trash. You can leave first. When the time comes, I will naturally go and meet Jun Xiaoyaro. Little Stone Emperor waved his hand. Yes. There was a hint of excitement in the follower's eyes. Was Little Stone Emperor finally going to come out of seclusion? After the followers left, the Little Stone Emperor's eyes surged with coldness. It is nothing more than relying on a special external force to suppress and kill the calamity. However, the true disaster is not limited to the other side's calamity. When the true calamity and turmoil arrives, only then will my Father come into being and fight for the true will of heaven. At that time, our Holy Spirit Island will rise to power and dominate the immortal region. Flames of ambition burned in the Little Stone Emperor's eyes. The Holy Spirit lineage had a very deep foundation. Since ancient times, it was unknown how many Holy Spirits they had produced. If they were truly united, in fact, it wasn't much worse than the Archean royalty, the Supreme Xianting, or the Jun family. Jun Xiaoyaro naturally didn't know what Little Stone Emperor was thinking. But he didn't care. Fufeng of Gojosian had the speed of a quasi-emperor. Not long after, they returned to the Huangtian mystic realm. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were filled with nostalgia. He hadn't returned to the Huangtian mystic realm for a long time since he stepped on the Emperor's road. Why did Jun Xiaoyaro want to become stronger? Other than wanting to reach the peak, overlook the ages, and solve all the mysteries in the world. Another important reason was that he wanted to protect his family, lovers, and beauties. Jun Wuhui also held this belief, which was why he was so persistent. Brother Xiaoyao, are you afraid of returning home? Jiang Luoli said with a smile. After we go to the Jun family, we also have to go back to the Jiang family, Jiang Shengyi said. Jun Xiaoyaro nodded slightly. Riding the azure sky rock, they landed in the Huangtian mystic realm. Huangtian mystic realm, Emperor State. The Jun family was as prosperous as ever. Since the immortal battle, the Jun family had destroyed a group of immortal forces. They had become the well-deserved overlord of the Huangtian mystic realm. It could even be said that the entire Huangtian mystic realm was the Jun family's territory. Even the Ji family, the Yi family, the Renxian sect, the demonic sect, the Little Western Paradise, and other ancient families and immortal forces had been keeping a low profile and had never clashed with the Jun family. The Jun family's reputation had already spread far and wide. Some time ago, the great ancestors of the Jun family returned and spread the news of the desolate border. The Jun family's reputation suddenly skyrocketed. Jun Wuhui and Jun Xiaoyaro, father and son, had almost become a legend. Unlike the Luotian mystic realm, the Huangtian mystic realm was the Jun family's territory. The Jun family would naturally spread the news quickly. The entire Huangtian mystic realm was in an uproar. The Jun family was also in an extreme state of excitement. Their joy hadn't subsided even until now. At this moment, in the Jun family of the Emperor State, a majestic shadow covered the sky. Who is it? A guard of the Jun family shouted. However, when they saw the figure standing on the azure sky rock, they were immediately shocked and excited. Lord Son of God has returned. A mighty bell rang and spread throughout the Jun family. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless figures broke through the air from all over the Jun family's ancestral hall. Lord Son of God has returned. He's finally back. Let's see who dares to say that the news of the desolate border is fake. Haha, Xiaoyaro is back. Numerous figures appeared. Jun Xiaoyao's arrival almost alarmed the entire Jun family. Hey, the goddess of the Jiang family is here too. Some family members saw Jiang Shengyi and Jiang Luoli, and a knowing smile appeared in their eyes. Xiaoyao, it's good that you're back. The 18th ancestor, the 16th ancestor, and the others appeared with joy. "Haha, grandson, you're here." At this moment, a rough and excited voice was heard. Jun Xiaoyaro sweated when he heard what sounded like an insult. He immediately knew who it was that had arrived. An old man with white hair and a beard ran over excitedly. It was his grandfather, Jun Zhantian. "I'm sorry for making you worry." Jun Xiaoyaro cupped his hands and said, "Haha, it's good that you're back safely." Jun Zhantian was extremely emotional. Even his old eyes were a little red. At this moment, another graceful and beautiful woman appeared. It was Jiang Ru. "Mother." Jun Xiaoyaro cupped his hands slightly. Jiang Ru's eyes reddened as she hugged Jun Xiaoyaro tightly. Only God knew how worried she was about Jun Xiaoyaro. The two men she cared about the most, Jun Wuhui and Jun Xiaoyao, were fighting outside and in the most dangerous situation. It could be said that Jiang Ru could not even rest and sleep well. "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." Jiang Ru wanted to say something. Father said that he has his own matters and responsibilities, so he won't be coming back for the time being. Jun Xiaoyaro sighed. Jiang Ru bit her lip. It was impossible to say that she didn't have any resentment. She resented Jun Wuhui for not coming back to see her even once after so many years. "But father told me that he let you down." Jun Xiaoyaro continued. Jiang Ru's eyes reddened and tears fell. She was resentful, but she really couldn't hate him. Who asked her husband to be a hero who cared about the common people and had an indomitable spirit? Well, Xiaoyaro should be happy that he's back. Although Wu Hui isn't back, you don't have to worry too much about him. 18th ancestor advised. That's right. In our generation, Wu Hui's status is equivalent to Xiaoyao's. Believe in him. A stalwart middle-aged man appeared. He was Jun Xiaoyao's second uncle, Jun Wu Hui's brother, and the current head of the Jun family, Jun Wuyi. Jun Xiaoyao's arrival also alarmed the head of the family, Jun Wuyi. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyaro was the absolute center of the entire Jun family. The status of the elders, the head of the family, and even the ancestors couldn't compare to Jun Xiaoyaro. Because he represented the future and hope of the Jun family. Chapter 1140. After Jun Xiaoyaro returned to the Jun family, he saw many familiar faces. For example, his first maidservant, Jun Linglong. When she saw Jun Xiaoyaro, she was so emotional that she cried. There was also Bai Yu and Su Ziqiong. He brought Nailan Ruoshi and Jun Ying from the 10 lands of the lower world. Wu Mingyu, the eldest princess of the Jin dynasty, was also the first to show up when she heard that Jun Xiaoyaro had returned. She was overjoyed. Regardless of what happened between these people and Jun Xiaoyaro, whether it was pleasant or unpleasant, Jun Xiaoyaro was still able to tell. After such a long time, everything was relieved. These women never expected to get anything from Jun Xiaoyaro. They were satisfied as long as they could stay in the Jun family and see Jun Xiaoyaro occasionally. They would never fall in love with another man in their lives. Because they would fall in love with Xiaoyaro. Jun Xiaoyaro could only return these women with a smile and a hug. However, this was enough to make them cry tears of joy and happiness. The news of Jun Xiaoyao's return to the Huangtian mystic realm spread throughout the Huangtian mystic realm in a short period of time as expected. For a moment, the entire Huangtian mystic realm was in an uproar. Countless creatures came to the Emperor State, wanting to see the young hero who ended the disaster of the foreign realm with their own eyes. The Jun family threw a grand banquet for Jun Xiaoyao's return as well, in order to welcome him back. As long as it was a force in the Huangtian mystic realm, regardless of their relationship with the Jun family, they would send someone to attend the banquet and send a big gift. The people of the Jiang family also came, including Jun Xiaoyao's grandfather, Jiang Daoshu, who was also very happy. Jiang Shengyi and Jiang Luoli also saw their relatives and felt emotional. The people of the emperor's court also came. After all, Jun Xiaoyaro, the master of the emperor's court, had returned. The powerhouses of the immortal ancient clans, such as the Dawn deity of the Beauty clan and others, came. The 4 mystique venerable ones of the Bronze Immortal Hall, an old blind man, a cripple, Fang Xionyang, and the parrot also came. Jun Xiaoyaro, who was extremely weak in their eyes back then, had grown to a level that they could not ignore. They could only sigh. Queen Medusa of the Snake People, Bai Ling, and others. Xia of the Xia family of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Clans, Xia Bingyun, and others. The last generation of the Sacred Body, Ning Chen, Xiao Shenxian, and others. Aside from Jun Xiaoyaro, Wu, who was considered another sacred body of the ancients. After being rescued by Jun Xiaoyaro, Guardian Wu became a core member of the emperor's court. As the last generation sacred body, Wu, whose current strength had reached the creation divine supremacy level. Jun Xiaoyaro was Jun Xiaoyaro. Jun was Jun was Later on, Jun Xiaoyao even bestowed him with 50 drops of Saint Physique blood essence. That was the blood essence of a perfect Saint Physique with 10 shackles severed. The current Wu, who was still some distance away from breaking through the 10th shackle. But with his current strength, he shouldn't be able to find any match among the 7th level supreme martial artists. Jun Xiaoyaro thought highly of Wu, who, after all, he was the only last generation saint body of the Desolation Temple other than himself. Jun Xiaoyaro believed that Wu, who had the potential to become a great success Holy Physique. At that time, it would play a very important role in suppressing the chaos. After all, the lineage of the divine physique was born in response to calamities. After that, Yang Rumeng also came. She was the goddess of the demon god palace, and she had returned to the Huangtian mystic realm first. The 9-headed lion had also arrived and was jumping up and down in excitement when he saw Jun Xiaoyaro. It didn't look like a mighty 9-headed lion at all, but more like a husky. "Master, boo-hoo, I can be your mount again." At this time, a small green bird was sweating like a waterfall. It was the Fufeng of Gojosian. Even mounts were included in this age? The corners of the Fufeng of Gojosian's eyes twitched. The competition to be a mount was already so fierce. "How are you qualified to be my master's mount?" The small green bird, which was the Fufeng of Gojosian, spoke in human language. "Damn, a mixed bird dares to look down on me." The 9-headed lion's 9 heads showed a look of disdain. This made the Fufeng of Gojosian a little crazy. He was a quasi-emperor, okay? He was the most miserable quasi-emperor in history. Okay. Jun Xiaoyaro also shook his head and smiled. What a clown. Then, the banquet began, and everyone was happy. The vast majority of the forces could only eat outside at the banquet. Those who could enter the Jun family's banquet were either top forces or forces absorbed by the emperor's court. In the crowd, a beautiful woman also came. She looked at Jun Xiaoyaro with a face full of infatuation. She was the passerby who didn't deserve to have a name, the princess of the Great Shang dynasty. She had been admiring Jun Xiaoyaro since the 10-years-old banquet until now. However, the princess of the Great Shang dynasty was still alone. After all, it was not just a saying that she fell in love with Xiaoyaro for the rest of her life. Of course, there were many women like her. Jun Xiaoyaro glanced at the princess of the Great Shang dynasty. Although she didn't have much of a presence and he didn't even know her name. But after all, she was someone he had seen since the 10-years-old banquet. Jun Xiaoyaro came to the princess of the Great Shang dynasty. Son of God. The princess of the Great Shang dynasty was flattered. Her cheeks were red as she stammered. "I remember that the Great Shang dynasty has already joined the emperor's court, right?" Jun Xiaoyaro said gently. "Yes, it's the honor of the Great Shang dynasty to be able to serve the Son of God's emperor's court. Also, Lord Son of God, I'm no longer a princess," the princess of the Great Shang dynasty said. "Oh." Jun Xiaoyaro raised his eyebrows. "I'm the new emperor of the Great Shang dynasty." The princess of the Great Shang dynasty, no, the empress of the Great Shang dynasty, said. "I see. Congratulations." Jun Xiaoyaro smiled. The empress of the Great Shang dynasty blushed and was so happy that she was about to faint. Anyone now, even if it was just to speak a word or two with Jun Xiaoyaro, it would definitely be a supreme honor and would make countless people envious. "By the way, I don't know your name yet," Jun Xiaoyaro said. "Even a passerby should have a name." The empress of the Great Shang dynasty said shyly, "Lord Son of God, my name is," however, before she could finish, Jiang Luoli pulled Jun Xiaoyaro away. saying that Jiang Ru had something to talk to him about. The empress of the Great Shang dynasty stood rooted to the ground in a daze. Her red lips were open and she was speechless. We still don't know the true name of the empress of the Great Shang dynasty. On the other side, Jiang Luoli pulled Zhun Xiaoyaro to the side hall. He realized that Jiang Shengyi was also here. However, Jiang Ru had a straight face. Zhun Xiaoyao's heart skipped a beat, thinking that Jiang Ru was blaming him for abducting his aunt. However, Jiang Ru said seriously, "Xiaoyao, let me ask you, when are you going to resolve the important matter in your life? I don't object to you and Wu Hui going out to explore the world. However, you have to leave a seed for the Zhun family and give me grandchildren." Jiang Ru's words made Zhun Xiaoyaro sweat slightly. When it came to urging marriage, all parents in the world were the same. However, he looked at Jiang Luoli and then at the shy Jiang Shengyi. This time, he wouldn't run away like before. "Mother, I've already decided. Let's find a time to get engaged first." When Jiang Ru heard this, she was stunned at first, then looked at Zhun Xiaoyaro in surprise. Was this still the Zhun Xiaoyaro who was very indifferent to relationships? "Xiaoyao, you're finally enlightened." Jiang Ru was very surprised and pleasantly surprised. "I've thought it through. Sister Shengyi and Luo Li are the people I want to be with," Zhun Xiaoyaro said seriously. After Jiang Ru heard this, she was overjoyed and her eyes turned red. Jiang Luoli was her daughter-in-law. Jiang Shengyi was also an excellent woman. "That's great. Luo Li is the daughter-in-law I like. So is Shengyi. In fact, I've wanted to matchmake the two of you for a long time and give birth to a little carnate divine body Taoist embryo for me," Jiang Ru said happily. "Sister, what are you talking about?" Jiang Shengyi was abnormally shy. Her snow-white and sparkling face was as bright as the sunset. "You're still calling me sister. Don't worry, it won't be long before you change," Jiang Ru teased kindly. "Haha, Xiaoyao, this is great news." Zhun Zhantian and some other family elders appeared at some point. They looked at Jiang Luoli and Jiang Shengyi happily, very satisfied. Jiang Shengyi was so embarrassed that she buried her head in Zhun Xiaoyao's arms. Jiang Luoli, on the other hand, was heartless. She smiled happily, and two sweet dimples appeared on her cheeks. At this moment, Zhun Xiaoyaro sighed with emotion. He had beautiful women, family, friends, and family by his side. This was probably the so-called happiness. The more ordinary it was, the more precious it was. This is the existence I want to protect. No turmoil or calamity can threaten them. Zhun Xiaoyaro swore in his heart. In order to achieve this goal, he had to continue cultivating until he truly became the most powerful person in history and erased all turmoil. Heavenly Emperor Zhun. Chapter 1141. The entire banquet lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. During this time, Zhun Xiaoyaro also saw many old friends. He also drank some wine, but he didn't deliberately use his dharmic powers to force the alcohol out. This kind of tipsy feeling was not bad. From the Emperor Road to the ancient Ultimate Road, to the original Emperor City, to the border, and then to the Outland. Along the way, Zhun Xiaoyao's nerves were tense. He advanced step by step and experienced countless things. It was rare for him to have free time now. When he returned to his family, he was surrounded by beauties, family, and friends. Zhun Xiaoyaro was also very relaxed. When it was time to enjoy, he would never mistreat himself. When the banquet was about to end. However, Yang Yu Meng went to see Zhun Xiaoyaro alone. In a side hall, Zhun Xiaoyaro looked at the woman in front of him. She had a perfect face, a perfect figure, and a pair of snow-white long legs. "Why are you looking for me?" Although in the beginning of their acquaintance, Yang Yu Meng and he had a conflict. At that time, in the 10 lands of the lower realm, Yang Rumeng, as the holy maiden of the demon god palace, wanted to bring the Sky Demon Crown Prince to the upper realm. In the end, the Sky Demon Crown Prince was killed by Zhun Xiaoyao. Not only that, Zhun Xiaoyao also pinched her long legs and asked her what her true form was. However, after the initial conflict, the relationship between Yang Rumeng and Zhun Xiaoyao eased. There was even a little ambiguity. In the ancient Ultimate Road, Yang Rumeng had also accompanied Jun Xiaoyaro through a section of the ancient road. She also promised Jun Xiaoyaro that she would join the monarch court. Therefore, the relationship between the two was quite harmonious. I heard that you're getting engaged. Yang Rumeng ran her jade-like hands through her smooth and soft hair. Although Jun Xiaoyaro hadn't announced the news of the engagement yet, Yang Rumeng could always find out if she wanted to. That's right. Jun Xiaoyaro nodded slightly. The reason why he didn't announce it now was because the time hadn't been confirmed yet. He still had to head to Immortal Academy and Void Sky World later, so he didn't have time for now. Yang Rumeng smiled faintly. Her snow-white face was absolutely beautiful, without a single blemish. Do you still remember when we were on the ancient Ultimate Road? In order to get rid of some flies, I even told others that you were my husband. You even said that I took advantage of you. Thinking of some things in the past, Yang Rumeng smiled, but the light in her eyes was faint. Jun Xiaoyaro remained silent. What else could he say? Looking at the silent Jun Xiaoyaro, Yang Rumeng suddenly felt like her heart was being stabbed. Then, a strange light flashed through her eyes. Suddenly, she approached Jun Xiaoyaro and placed her jade-like hand on his chest. Her red lips parted slightly as she exhaled a sweet and hot breath. Xiaoyao, you won't only marry 2 women, right? After all, you are an unparalleled wondrous man from past to present, a supreme expert who will rule the world in the future. Forget about having 2 wives, even having 3,000 beauties in a harem is something that couldn't be any more normal. When faced with Yang Rumeng's sudden intimacy, Jun Xiaoyaro took a step back. You're drunk. No, I'm sober. You still haven't answered my question. Yang Rumeng pouted coquettishly, displaying a moving and charming little woman's style. I just got engaged, yet you're already making me answer this type of question. Are you trying to make me a scumbag? Jun Xiaoyaro was speechless. No matter how he was, he wouldn't go so far as to act randomly right after proposing the engagement. Then wouldn't that be extremely irresponsible to Jiang Shengyi and Jiang Luoli? That's fine too, I can even be your concubine. Yang Rumeng smiled sweetly, her charm moving. However, Jun Xiaoyaro frowned slightly, sensing that something was wrong. He knew Yang Rumeng's feelings for him. But she definitely wasn't a woman who didn't know her limits. No, you're not Yang Rumeng. Looking at the strange light that flashed through Yang Rumeng's eyes, Jun Xiaoyaro pushed Yang Rumeng away. Ayo, what a heartless little brother. Don't you pity your concubine? Yang Rumeng lowered her eyes, looking innocent. I think I know who you are. Jun Xiaoyaro looked at Yang Rumeng and said lightly. Oh. Yang Rumeng's eyes moved. Demon God Palace, Little Demon Empress, Jun Xiaoyaro said directly. Although he had never really met the Little Demon Empress. But the Little Demon Empress had possessed Yang Rumeng's body a few times before, and had even fought with him. And most importantly, the Little Demon Empress seemed to be lusting after his body. Ayo, I didn't expect Son of God to still be thinking of your concubine. Yang Rumeng, no, the Little Demon Empress, spoke and laughed, charming and charming. Although she didn't appear in her original form. But it was rumored that she was one of the most beautiful women in the Huangtian Immortal Realm, and the ruler of Demon God Palace. It could be said that she had power, beauty, and strength all in one. Any man who could be looked at by the Little Demon Empress would be honored for 3 lifetimes. But now, Jun Xiaoyaro was frowning. He felt that the Little Demon Empress was a problem. Senior, why did you possess Yang Rumeng's body and come here? Jun Xiaoyao's tone became cold. So what if she was the Little Demon Empress? Now, in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, Demon God Palace was just SOSO. Calling me senior makes me sound old. How about calling me Yaro Yaro? The Little Demon Empress was still smiling charmingly. If you have something to say, then say it. Don't tell me you're really here to reminisce, Jun Xiaoyaro said lightly. The Little Demon Empress smiled and said, you should know that the real calamity hasn't ended. Soon, there will be great turmoil in the immortal realm. The Little Demon Empress' words made Jun Xiaoyao's expression freeze. He thought of the fragment of the future again. So, you know some inside information? Jun Xiaoyaro looked straight at the Little Demon Empress. Call me Yaro Yaro, the little demon empress said coquettishly. Okay, Yao Yao, what do you know? Jun Xiaoyaro said patiently. He felt that the little demon empress might really know some inside information. He even started to guess the little demon empress' true identity and background. Little brother Xiaoyaro has always been smart. You must be trying to figure out my identity now. It's okay. I can tell you directly that I'm related to the 9 heavens. The little demon empress words made Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flash. Above the 9 heavens, the land of the ultimate ruins, and the mysterious forbidden zone was located above the 9 heavens. The successor of the human immortal sect, Ji Daoyi, also came from a forbidden family above the 9 heavens. It could be said that it was an incomparably mysterious and unfathomable region. It was independent of the immortal realm and formed a forbidden zone beyond the heavens. And the little demon empress was actually related to the 9 heavens' ultimate ruins. Could she be related to some forbidden family or even the forbidden zone? Why, is little brother Xiaoyaro surprised? The little demon empress smiled sweetly. So, what are you here to tell me? Jun Xiaoyaro said. It's very simple. If little brother Xiaoyaro is willing to be with me, I can help you get through this turmoil safely, the little demon empress said. Her words made Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flash. In other words, the turmoil this time started above the 9 heavens' ultimate ruins. Then, what was the cause? Could it be that there was also a mastermind behind the scenes like the ultimate disaster? And from what the little demon empress said, she could protect Jun Xiaoyaro and even the Jun family. This was enough to prove that she had a close relationship with some forces above the 9 heavens. She could even be someone from one of those forces. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's doubts increased. Chapter 1142. How about it? Is little brother Xiaoyaro willing? The little demon empress' eyes burned like fire. So what if it's a forbidden zone that's independent from the heavens? Would my Jun family be afraid and need your protection? Jun Xiaoyaro said indifferently. The mysterious forbidden zone, the ancient forbidden family, indeed had a deep and immeasurable foundation. But the Jun family was not an ordinary immortal force. If the forbidden zone wanted to deal with the Jun family, they would have to consider their own strength. The little demon empress did not refute and nodded slightly. Indeed, the Jun family is very strong, so strong that even some forbidden zones fear them. But, don't forget, the Jun family is currently under the curse of calamity. Jun Xiaoyaro laughed and said, you should also know that it's impossible for the curse of calamity to destroy my Jun family. This is not a big deal to my Jun family. The little demon empress said, indeed, but there is still a limit. You should know that in a battle between the strongest, even a small difference can determine life and death. If there is an unimaginable turmoil in the future, will the Jun family's experts take the risk of the curse of calamity to participate in the battle? At that time, the Jun family will only be able to protect itself. The little demon empress' words were not without reason. In a battle between the strongest, any small factor could determine the outcome. Not to mention something like the curse of calamity. So you can help me get through this turmoil? Jun Xiaoyaro said. Of course, since I have spoken, I can naturally guarantee your safety, the little demon empress said with a chuckle. Do I look like someone who lives off a woman? Jun Xiaoyaro raised his eyebrows slightly. Although he had a dark history in the foreign realm, this was the immortal realm. It was the Jun family's territory, he did not need to live off a woman. So what? I am willing to let you eat me. After all, you are so fresh and delicious. The little demon empress licked her red lips. Jun Xiaoyaro was speechless. Who was the one who wanted to eat whom? You can't just be lusting after my body, right? Jun Xiaoyaro said straightforwardly. This was not narcissism, but the truth. Indeed, there were countless women who coveted his body. The original sacred body of the ancients was enough to make me look forward to it. Now, there is the chaotic body. No, there seems to be other auras. The little demon empress was very close to Jun Xiaoyao, and her sparkling nose was still moving, as if she was smelling the scent on Jun Xiaoyao's body. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. This little demon empress perception was quite sharp. Don't tell me your original form is a dog. Your nose is so sharp, Jun Xiaoyao mocked coldly. The demon god palace was supposed to be filled with demons. Yang Rumeng's original body was the skydream bewildering butterfly. That little demon empress shouldn't be a human either. Of course, this was just Zhun Xiaoyao's teasing. No matter how the little demon empress was, her original form couldn't possibly be that of a dog. That would be too damaging to her reputation as the most beautiful woman in the immortal region. Unexpectedly, the little demon empress didn't get angry as expected. Instead, she blushed and said, "So the Son of God likes this. It's okay, sometimes it should be a little fun. I'm willing to be the Son of God's little bitch." Woof, woof. Zhun Xiaoyao was completely speechless. If a woman was really open, there was really nothing a man could do. Who could stand that? There were probably not many men who could stand the little demon empress teasing. However, Zhun Xiaoyao was still very calm. "You don't just covet my body, do you? What's your goal?" The little demon empress said, "Of course I covet it. It would be even better if we could dual cultivate. Besides, chaos is coming, and this world will probably be reshuffled. Who knows how many immortal forces will completely disappear. Even if the Zhun family is affected by the curse of calamity, it is still the most powerful force in this world." Zhun Xiaoyao immediately understood and said with a cold smile, "I see. Actually, you also want to ally with my Zhun family and borrow my Zhun family's power. Of course. As long as you are willing to be with me, then we will naturally be a family. We are bound together for good or ill." The little demon empress was also very straightforward. She could seduce the most handsome and talented man in this world. She could also ally with the most powerful family. This was a business that would definitely be profitable. "I refuse." Zhun Xiaoyao was very decisive. The little demon empress was also stunned, and then said, "Is it because of the two women of the Jiang family? It's okay, I don't mind. It's not bad to have more people exercise. I don't care if you mind or not, but whether they mind or not. Obviously, they will mind a lot," Zhun Xiaoyao said. Not to mention Jiang Shengyi and the others, even Zhun Xiaoyao himself minded a lot. No matter how stunning and beautiful the little demon empress was, how mysterious the power behind her was, so what? Previously, she had almost no relationship with him, but now she wanted to sleep in the same bed as him. Zhun Xiaoyao knew that he was no saint, but he would not be so careless as to do such a thing. Also, if he wanted to take the first place, it would not be the little demon empress. Luo Xiangling, that gentle and beautiful auntie, was she not good enough? TSK, Son of God is really heartless. "I am so sad," the little demon empress said sadly. But then, she revealed a smile and said, "But who knows what will happen in the future? Maybe little big brother will change his mind when the time comes." "You are thinking too much," Zhun Xiaoyao said indifferently. "Hehe, I am willing to wait for that day. It won't be too long." As soon as her voice fell, the demonic brilliance in Yang Rumeng's eyes disappeared. She woke up and realized that she was very close to Zhun Xiaoyao. What's wrong?" Yang Rumeng blushed, not knowing what happened. "Nothing." Zhun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. "But, I still want to give you my blessings," Yang Rumeng said with a serious face. In the eyes of outsiders, she was ethereal and holy. Only in front of Zhun Xiaoyao, she seemed to have turned back into an ordinary woman. "Thank you," Zhun Xiaoyao said. Yang Rumeng looked deeply at Zhun Xiaoyao. They had been enemies at the beginning, and they had accompanied him on the ancient road. Zhun Xiaoyao had left an unerasable mark in her heart. Zhun Xiaoyao treated her very well, but it should be limited to friends. But thinking about it carefully, Yang Rumeng still felt a little depressed. After all, her long legs had been touched by Zhun Xiaoyao. "Seriously, I have been taken advantage of, and I didn't get any benefits." Yang Rumeng turned and left, secretly biting her lips. At this moment, Zhun Xiaoyao's voice came from behind. "You are already a member of my Emperor-Monarch court, please take care of me in the future." Hearing this, Yang Rumeng's eyes were wet, and a tear almost fell. How good would it be if the Emperor-Monarch court was replaced by Zhun Xiaoyao? "This enemy, do you really want me to wait for him for the rest of my life?" Yang Rumeng sighed in her heart, but her mouth responded in a low voice. She had met Xiao Yarou for the rest of her life. There was no other way. Looking at Yang Rumeng's graceful back, Zhang Xiaoyao retracted his gaze. The smile on his face disappeared, and it was replaced by a thoughtful look. Although he was not very fond of the little demon empress. But she did bring Zhang Xiaoyao an important piece of news. The great calamity in the future was very likely to come from the ultimate ruin above the 9 heavens. Is the great calamity in that corner of the future the dark turmoil? Zhang Xiaoyao said in a deep voice. Suppressing the dark turmoil was the duty of the sacred physique. And now, other than the last sacred physique Wu Hu, he was the only sacred physique. Oh right, there is one more, Zhang Xiaoyao's mind flashed. Emperor without end. Was he still in this world? Chapter 1143. The news from the little demon empress was a warning to Zhang Xiaoyao. He had to make the best use of his time to continue cultivating and become stronger. Although it was very comfortable to stay in the Zhang family, with his family, lovers, and friends, it was just a short rest. Zhang Xiaoyao prepared to leave for the 9 Heavens Immortal Academy. But before that, he had to go to the Zhang family's library and investigate the Grey Clan. After 7 days and 7 nights, the banquet ended. Zhang Xiaoyao also went to the library. However, to Zhang Xiaoyao's surprise, he didn't find any records about the Grey Clan. This made Zhang Xiaoyao feel a little strange. The Zhang family's library might not be all-encompassing, but it at least recorded most of the ancient history of the immortal realm. The only possibility was that the Grey Clan was very mysterious, and they were rarely recorded. Since he couldn't find any information in the library, Zhang Xiaoyao could only go to the ancestors. The ancestors of the Zhang family were all living fossils, and they were a part of history in and of themselves. Zhang Xiaoyao went to the 8th ancestor, Zhang Tianming. The Zhang family's ancestors were usually high and mighty, and even some of the Zhang family's geniuses had a hard time meeting them. Even so, these great ancestors were all extremely benevolent toward Zhang Xiaoyao. They even wanted Zhang Xiaoyao to ask them questions. Zhang Xiaoyao's current strength was no weaker than some of the ancestors. Xiaoyao, why are you looking for me? Zhang Tianming, the 8th patriarch, looked at Zhang Xiaoyao with a smile, looking very kind and benevolent, as if he was looking at his own grandson. Zhang Xiaoyao cupped his hands and said, I would like to ask the 8th ancestor about the Grey Clan. Zhang Xiaoyao's words stunned Zhang Tianming, and a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. Xiaoyao, why do you want to ask about the Grey Clan? Hearing Zhang Tianming's words, Zhang Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. It seemed that Zhang Tianming did know something. I'm just curious. Maybe we'll meet in the future. Zhang Xiaoyao smiled. He also didn't mention anything about the Grey Clan and the 8 Sons of Heaven. He didn't want the patriarchs to worry. Zhang Tianming's eyes were deep. The old ancestors of the Zhang family had lived for a long time, and they were all shrewd people. How could they not have thought of such things? Of course, since Zhang Xiaoyao didn't say anything, Zhang Tianming naturally wouldn't force him. He said, Xiaoyao, how much do you know about the power structure of the immortal realm? Zhang Xiaoyao replied without hesitation, the Zhang family is invincible. Ahem. Even Zhang Tianming coughed dryly. Although this is the truth, what else? The ruler of the old era, the supreme Xian Ting. Xian Ting in the darkness, hell. A group of Archean royalty forces. The Holy Spirit lineage is not up to par. There are also some other trashy immortal forces. Because what Zhang Tianming asked was the power structure of the immortal realm. Therefore, Zhang Xiaoyao didn't include the life forbidden zone, the foreign emperor clans, and other forces. That's right, but I have to tell you that the water in the immortal realm is very deep. It's like an iceberg. Only the tip of the iceberg is exposed on the surface of the water. Most of it is sunk below the surface of the water. Zhang Tianming's words made Zhang Xiaoyao nod slightly. That was indeed the case. During the war between the two worlds, there were some hidden ancient clans and ancient forces supreme experts who appeared. Those were not known to others. Therefore, the power structure of the immortal realm is divided into the surface of the water and the surface of the water, Zhang Tianming said. Zhang Xiaoyao's eyes flashed, and he said, so what the 8 ancestors mean is that the Grey Clan is one of the most powerful forces below the surface of the water. Zhang Tianming nodded and said, "That's about it. The Grey Clan seems to be hiding behind the scenes and manipulating the era. They are the oldest native clan in the Nine Heavens Immortal Realm. They have been around since the Zhang clan was established in the Immortal Realm." Zhang Xiaoyaro fell into deep thought after hearing Zhang Tianming's words. Did it mean that the Zhang clan wasn't a native clan of the Nine Heavens Immortal Realm? Zhang Tianming added, "They think they are a clan that is favored by the heavens, and are under the heavens' control. If the Xianting is the ruler of the Nine Heavens Immortal Realm, then the Grey Clan thinks they are the judges of the heavens' rules of the Immortal Realm. Anyone that goes against the heavens' rules and destroys the balance is the enemy of the Grey Clan." I see. Zhang Xiaoyaro roughly understood the situation. He also understood why the Feihua king warned him to be careful of the Grey Clan. In the eyes of the Grey Clan, he was an anomaly. The Grey Clan has always been hiding behind the scenes. Their strength is indeed unimaginable. Their bloodline seems to originate from the power of the heavens. It's unbelievably strong. However, with the arrival of the Golden Era, I believe the Grey Clan is on the verge of losing their patience, Zhang Tianming said. Zhang Xiaoyaro said after a slight ponder, "What do you think if the Zhang clan is going to fight the Grey Clan?" Zhang Tianming was startled, but he soon shook his head and said with a smile, "Even the heavens will punish the Zhang clan if you provoke them." Previously, when Zhang Xiaoyaro was playing a game with the heavens, the 7 emperors had descended upon him. The Zhang clan did not care about it because they wanted to give Zhang Xiaoyaro some training. If the Zhang clan really wanted to help him, what was the point of playing a game with the heavens? However, if the Zhang clan really wanted to help him, Zhang Xiaoyaro would not have grown so fast, nor would he have defeated the ultimate calamity. Everything had its own cause and effect. The Zhang clan was more willing to let Zhang Xiaoyaro grow on his own, instead of turning him into a flower in a greenhouse. "Xiaoyao, you're asking about the Grey Clan. Could it be that the Grey Clan has their eyes on you?" Zhang Tianming asked. The Grey Clan was the judge of the heavens. Zhang Xiaoyaro, on the other hand, had won the game against the heavens. To the Grey Clan, this was undoubtedly disgraceful and heresy. Not to mention that Zhang Xiaoyaro was an outlier. "It's just a small problem. It's nothing." Zhang Xiaoyaro shook his head and smiled. The Grey Clan would not go so far as to target him alone. As for the 8 children of heaven, if Zhang Xiaoyaro guessed correctly, they should be the most outstanding Dao children of the Grey Clan. Compared to the average seed-level prodigy, they were definitely much stronger. However, when compared to Zhang Xiaoyaro, who was an outlier, they could only be said to be a little brother. Of course, this also reminded Zhang Xiaoyaro that he had to condense more laws and continue to break through. In that way, he would be more confident in fighting the 8 children of heaven. "Alright, Xiaoyao, you can be considered a person who can become a saint now. Think about it yourself. The family won't interfere in a battle at your level, but if anyone or any force wants to bully the weak, then don't blame the Zhang family for being ruthless," Zhang Tianming said coldly. As the current manager of the Zhang family in the Emperor State, Zhang Tianming was also a domineering figure. Zhang Xiaoyaro nodded and then asked, "About the curse of catastrophe, it shouldn't have much impact on the family, right?" Zhang Tianming said indifferently, "The impact isn't that great, but it's still a problem. It might take some time to completely remove it. If there's any unrest in the future." Zhang Xiaoyaro hesitated. "It won't affect the Zhang family." Zhang Tianming smiled. Zhang Xiaoyaro noticed. Zhang Tianming said that it wouldn't affect the Zhang family. In other words, even if there was any unrest, it should be very difficult to affect the Zhang family. However, the Zhang family probably didn't have much power left. "Forget it, the most important thing is to improve my own strength." Zhang Xiaoyaro cupped his hands and left. Although the family was a safe haven, what one could truly control was one's own strength. With Zhang Xiaoyao's talent, even if he just stepped into the quasi-emperor realm, he could become a giant and even affect the world. "Next, I'll go to the Zhoutian Immortal Academy." Zhang Xiaoyaro had ambitions in his heart. The ambition to become even stronger. Chapter 1144. There was no doubt that Zhang Xiaoyaro was living quite comfortably in the Zhang family. He had relatives, lovers, and friends. It could be said that in the Huangtian mystic realm, Zhang Xiaoyaro had the highest status and was the most untouchable existence. If he wanted to, he could even stay in the Huangtian mystic realm forever. But that was not the path Zhang Xiaoyaro wanted to take. In the future, he wanted to grow to be able to protect the Zhang family. He did not want to be protected by the Zhang family all the time. In the following time, Zhang Xiaoyaro also took Jiang Shengyi and Jiang Luoli back to the Jiang family in Qingzhou. After all, that was his mother's family. He also met some of Jiang Shengyi and Jiang Luoli's relatives. Those relatives were very satisfied with Zhang Xiaoyaro. They even wanted to move the Civil Affairs Bureau and let them get married on the spot. They were also very proud. Zhang Xiaoyaro, whose name shook the heavens and who killed the disaster, could be said to be the absolute protagonist of the Golden Age. They were still moved by the two beauties of the Jiang family. In addition, Zhang Xiaoyaro also had the identity of the young master of the Jiang family. In the future, the Jiang family was destined to be like the Zhang family, relying on Zhang Xiaoyao's glory to completely rise to the top and continue the family's fortune. It would be even more perfect if he could have an innate holy body with Jiang Shengyi or an origin spirit sacred body with Jiang Luoli. Therefore, in the following period of time, many of the 7th and 8th aunts of the Jiang family came to Jiang Shengyi and Jiang Luoli. Come, Shengyi, this is a 10,000-year-old agate jade red date. I hope you will have a baby. That's right. There is also a purple golden blood jade ginseng. It is the best top-grade medicine to nourish blood and qi. Women need it the most to prevent miscarriage. The concern of these 7th and 8th aunts made Jiang Shengyi unable to bear it. Her face turned red. Nothing was set in stone yet, and the engagement had not even been confirmed, but she was already thinking about preventing miscarriage. Jiang Luoli didn't mind at all. She smiled sweetly and accepted it casually. Sister Shengyi, it doesn't matter. We'll have to use it sooner or later anyway. I heard that big brother Xiaoyaro likes daughters. In the future, Luo Li will definitely give birth to a little darling for big brother Xiaoyaro. Jiang Luoli said happily. Jiang Shengyi was completely speechless. This lass looked young and immature, but he didn't expect her to be so mature. She was still a young lady, but she already wanted to give birth to a little girl. You look like a sweet little cotton-padded jacket. Jiang Shengyi patted Jiang Luoli's head. It was no wonder that when Zhang Xiaoyaro got along with Jiang Luoli, he had the feeling of an old father spoiling his daughter. Zhang Xiaoyaro met up with a few more acquaintances in the days that followed. He purposely went to the clan of the ancients to find out the whereabouts of Yi Guchen, the reincarnation of the sword demon, whom he had once respected. In the end, the Yi family member replied. Yi Guchen had disappeared after the end of the ancient final path and the ruins of God. He did not return to the Yi family, nor did he go to the Jotian Immortal Academy. However, Yi Guchen's life tablet was not broken, so the Yi family was not in a hurry. They only thought that Yi Guchen must have obtained some kind of opportunity or was training alone somewhere. It seems that I'm not the only one with an opportunity in this great world. Zhang Xiaoyaro didn't feel that it was a pity. He vaguely felt that the man who had been a sword all his life and created the forbidden technique, 10,000 deities tribulation. When he appeared in the future, he should not disappoint him. After traveling for a while, Zhang Xiaoyaro was ready to leave. Jiang Ru, Zhang Zhantian, and the others were naturally reluctant to leave. However, they also knew that Zhang Xiaoyaro still had a long way to go. They couldn't drag him down. Jiang Shengyi and Jiang Luoli left with him. They rode on the azure sky rock and left the Huangtian mystic realm. Sister Shengyi, you're going back to the Jade Lake sacred ground, right? Zhang Xiaoyaro asked. Jiang Shengyi nodded and said, yes, I need to go through the final cultivation and transformation at the Jade Lake. Maybe when I condense the 12 apertures deity heart and become someone like the Queen Mother of the West, I can stand by your side and help you. Jiang Shengyi's eyes were gentle and affectionate. Zhang Xiaoyao's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but think of the scene in the fragment of the future where Jiang Shengyi dug out her heart. Sister Shengyi, can you not cultivate it out? Zhang Xiaoyaro said without thinking. Jiang Shengyi was stunned, then laughed and said, Xiaoyao, what are you saying? Don't you want me to become stronger? Zhang Xiaoyaro shook his head slightly. He also felt that it was unrealistic. Zhang Xiaoyaro took out the spring of life, the celestial fruit, and other divine items from the inner universe. Then, he took out a jade-green branch, which seemed to have stars flowing on it. There were leaves on the branch. Each leaf seemed to be holding up a part of the world. When Zhang Xiaoyaro took it out, the rules of heaven and earth around them seemed to change. This is the branch of the tree of world. Jiang Shengyi was surprised. This was definitely a rare divine item. It was something that even the great emperors would covet. Ordinary immortal forces would never be able to take it out. A leaf of the tree of world was comparable to the elixir of immortality. It was even rarer and more precious. It was a priceless treasure. Xiaoyao, this is too precious. Jiang Shengyi shook her head. Don't worry. The fact that I can take out this branch proves that I don't lack anything. It should be helpful for your cultivation. Zhang Xiaoyaro smiled. This was not the so-called bootlicker. She was already his woman. Shouldn't he dote on and love her? Compared to Jiang Shengyi's contribution to him, Zhang Xiaoyaro felt that he really didn't give much. Jiang Shengyi was moved and happy. After accepting it, Jiang Shengyi was about to leave for the all-heaven immortal domain. In the end, Jiang Shengyi took the initiative to kiss Zhang Xiaoyaro. This kiss was very deep and very passionate. Jiang Shengyi even took the initiative to breathe out lilac. This made Jiang Luoli envious. She was eager to give it a try. However, she and Zhang Xiaoyaro were both going to Immortal Academy, so they didn't have the chance to kiss goodbye. This kiss was very long. Zhang Xiaoyaro even felt that Jiang Shengyi also had something on her mind. After the kiss, Jiang Shengyi looked deeply at the person she loved the most in her life. Then, she decisively turned around and left. She was afraid that if she hesitated again, she wouldn't be willing to leave Zhang Xiaoyaro. Looking at the fairy in fluttering snow-white clothes who was about to leave with the wind, Zhang Xiaoyaro thought to himself, is Sister Shengyi also hiding something from me? Then, he shook his head slightly. Instead of thinking about this, it was better to improve his strength. He turned to Jiang Luoli and said, after returning to the Nine Heavens Immortal Academy, I will find a way to use the world power of the world tree to help you repair the broken elemental spirit world in your body. In the Supreme Realm, not many people had an inner universe. Zhang Xiaoyaro always felt that Jiang Luoli's elemental spirit world should have some secrets. If it was repaired, this secret might be solved. Hearing Zhang Xiaoyao's words, Jiang Luoli jumped 3 feet high in excitement and threw herself into Zhang Xiaoyao's arms. Brother Xiaoyaro is the best. Just now, seeing how Zhang Xiaoyaro took care of Jiang Shengyi, Jiang Luoli was indeed very envious. But she was very obedient and didn't compete for favor. She also wouldn't take the initiative to ask Zhang Xiaoyaro for the same treatment as Jiang Shengyi. She was no longer the spoiled and willful pearl in the palm of the past. Who wouldn't love such a well-behaved lowly? Zhang Xiaoyaro wouldn't be too biased. A bowl of water was a bowl of water. This was the basic way of doing things. Otherwise, it would be a pity if he ended up being chopped by a chopper. The Nine Heavens Immortal Academy. Next, it's time to find her. Zhang Xiaoyaro looked into the distance. What was Ling Yang's attitude towards him now? But no matter what, Zhang Xiaoyaro had to get Xian Ting's Immortal Tribulation Sword Art. Because he wanted to condense the lore of sword,